Amahilo. Good morning. Denise, Zakuze, Staize, Singiget, Sigalamhana, Kokobo Wilson. I would like to thank everybody for coming today. Thank everybody who was here yesterday. All the people online, thank you for taking the time to spend time with us to listen to our stories, to share our stories. And first off, I would like to introduce the first panel, and our moderator is Shannon McPhail.
Thanks, Kirby. Amahilu, good morning. Shannon McPhail with Skeena Watershed Conservation Coalition. I share the leadership of Skeena Watershed with Jesse Stoppler, who you've seen and met quite a bit throughout the summit. We're going to talk today about water, land, and air stewardship, and in the face of the climate crisis, and what some people, nations, experts, community leaders are doing in their neck of the woods to help work on this topic, because it is pretty critical given what we're faced with, both at home and abroad. And so I'd like to introduce our panelists. First, to my right is April Nishimura and Tara Marsden and Mike Ridsdale. And I'll actually ask them to introduce themselves and tell you a little bit about who they are, where they're from, and what they do. So we'll start with April.
Can I start with Mike?
Oh, we'll start with Mike.
Okay. Denise, you Sakaze, you Skyze. When we say that, it means male chiefs, female chiefs, and those in training and honored guests. My name is Mike Ridsdale. I'm from the Sayu clan, which is the Beaver clan. I'm with Suatin. I've worked all over the North Coast and inland as a marine biologist, and then back here as a land biologist. And I'm somewhat semi-retired. I don't know if you really get retired, but you just I think your work piles up more when you retire. Yeah. But I'll talk more, and I'll let you know more about myself as we move along. Thank you, Masai.
Amihilo, Simgiget, Sigamhanak, Gunkabawiltsik, Dinize, Sakuze, Skyze, Tara Marsden, Nakin Kwes, Wilpskamachelt, Winsowit, Lachkanedach, Pategi, Wilpspoklachip, Winjogai. My name is Tara Marsden. My Gitsan name's Nachkink, and I'm from Wilpgamlachelt of the Frog Clan in Gitniau. I'm honored to be here today on the territory of the Gidimden clan of the Wet'suwet'en, and my role for the past 20 years has been just doing whatever I can to support land and water protection and stewardship in different forums, most recently with the Gitniau Hereditary Chiefs, where I'm from, as the WILP Sustainability Director, and also starting my own consulting business to work with other partners in philanthropy, NGOs, and academia.
Hello, everyone. I really want to thank all of you for the hospitality, Chief Namax, Gittinen, Mike, Jesse, Gayleen, for welcoming me here as a guest. My name is April Nishimura, and I'm the co-executive director of TREC, which is Training Resources for the Environmental Community. And I'm fourth generation Japanese American, and I live on a guest in the unceded Kingdom of Hawaii, and I'll be talking about that today. So,
thanks. So it's pretty cool to be sitting here because all three of these people have in some way supported the work that we do at Skeena Watershed, and supported me personally in just acquiring knowledge and learning how to do things in a better way of moving forward. TREC has been instrumental in helping our crew get the skills and capacity development to do this work, so that we can have that capacity here in the region instead of constantly having to hire people from away. Some of the skills of people we would hire from away are the very skills that both Tara Marsden and Mike Ridsdale have. So I would like to start with April, who can kind of root us in the situation that's happening in Hawaii and a bit of what that means from the perspective of land, water, and air stewardship.
Thank you. Well, first I just wanted to start with a moment of silence. I know that a lot of you have probably seen Hawaii in the news. Usually when I come to a conference and I say that I'm coming from Hawaii, people want to talk to me about taking a vacation. But this has been a lot more solemn since there's been a lot of fires on the island of Maui, and that also the historic town of Lahaina was burned, which was actually the first capital of the Kingdom of Hawaii under King Kamehameha. So I want to just invite us to take a moment of silence to send prayers and blessings to the families that have been affected by that. Thank you. I invite you to sit down. So I know that this has definitely been framed as a natural disaster, but I just wanted to share briefly that it's actually not quite so natural what has happened, because the reason that there's fires is the confluence of the effects of climate change, so the effects of drought and increased hurricanes, but also the after effects of a colonial government that dramatically changed how land was used in Hawaii. So instead of having the ahuapua systems, which were these ingenious systems of land management, it was replaced by sugarcane that now was monocropped as a cash crop and now is grown over with invasive species that are extremely flammable. So I've heard from some folks that this is similar to the monocrop pine that you all have up here, which is contributing to forest fires. And then the other aspect is that we have a tourism industry that uses 46% of Maui's water. So not only has water been diverted from wet areas into areas that historically were dry because there's tourists there, it also means that there wasn't even enough water in the pipes to put out the fire. So I think it's good sometimes to take a moment when there's a lot of outcry of support to really make sure we peel back the layers to understand what's causing these things that are affecting our communities and our families. So I want to thank you all for your prayers.
Thanks, April. So Coastal GasLink first reared its head, more than a decade ago. And one can assume when a project gets an environmental assessment process that things are going to be looked after. I mean, that's the story that we're told. To go through one of the most rigorous environmental assessment processes in the world is what we're told. And what we've learned from Coastal GasLink is that is not necessarily true. And the problem with not having a very good environmental assessment process is that it sets up a sort of domino effect for not being able to have a very good permitting regime and then not being able to regulate compliance and enforcement. One of the things I learned from a number of different industry supporting habitat biologists, ecologists, and fisheries biologists, they helped me understand that even if Coastal GasLink had been built to the best permitting, built it to the best of their ability, like if they followed every single rule, if there was no issues around compliance and enforcement or erosion and sediment or damage, that it would still have generational impacts. That's if no laws had been broken. And as we saw, that is not the case with Coastal GasLink. They continue to have systemic issues. So people were kept out. For example, Gary Michel, who heads up the Wet'suwet'en fisheries, he's one of the fisheries officers. So he would normally go out and check things out to make sure that they're okay. He couldn't inspect parts of pipeline construction. He was kept out under risk or threat of arrest. And that happened with all cases, and that was due to the court injunction. So the very people who would normally help monitor and regulate the pipeline were kept out under threat of arrest, including citizens, including our crew, and including the Wet'suwet'en fisheries officers. So when we first messaged various government agencies, I called the BC Oil and Gas Commission, I called the Ministry of Environment, I called Fisheries, I called the Ministry of Land, Water, and Air. And all of them weren't sure where to direct my concern or questions around impacts to fish from the construction of the pipeline. And so I kept getting punted. Oh, no, you need to talk to DFO because it's a fisheries issue. DFO would say, oh, well, this is a provincially regulated project, so you need to talk to the province. And then I would go to the Ministry of Environment, and they would say, well, it's the Environmental Assessment Agency who gave the certificate, so you need to talk to them. And the Environmental Assessment Agency would say, the regulatory regime is done by the BC Oil and Gas Commission, so you need to talk to them. The BC Oil and Gas Commission would then say, but this is about salmon, so you need to talk to DFO. And so the cycle went. And I finally got frustrated enough that I put them all in the same email and essentially said, you guys need to get your poop in a group, because nobody knows who to talk to. This seems like very simple questions. Please answer my concerns. While I've gone for 6 weeks now in this wild goose chase, nobody has answered my questions. I have no idea if the fish are being looked after. What's going on? And I got all of these responses that they will endeavor to answer my questions. However, those questions are still outstanding, aside from the response from DFO, which told me my questions were ridiculous, and that of course they didn't have the answer. And like we discussed yesterday, they had all of that data and just chose not to share it with me and chose to mislead the public about what that data existed. So what we found is that when DFO did finally do its first investigation after 4 or 5 years of construction with ongoing systemic issues of erosion and sediment in wild salmon habitats, where CGL self-reported that they had higher than average mortality rates of fish below their construction sites, DFO chose not to inspect. The first time they did an investigation was on the Clore, after we hammered the hell out of them. And when we asked if construction would be stopped until they got the results of that investigation, they said, the investigation is ongoing. We will likely have our results in a year. Will construction be stopped in that time? The answer was no. The fines that we have seen to Coastal GasLink to date is less than 0.001% of the construction cost. Hardly a deterrent. So when we hear about projects being proposed, we hear about the regulatory regime. We hear about the robust environmental assessment that they have to go through. We hear about all these laws and permitting requirements. The damage is done even if those are followed. Coastal GasLink didn't follow, and yet tens of millions have been spent on RCMP removing people for breaking the law. So I'd like to hear from Mike Ridsdale as somebody who worked directly on this project through both the environmental assessment process, the regulatory regime, and has had to deal with this firsthand. So we'll start with you, Mike.
Okay, I appreciate that, and thank you the introductions, and I appreciate all of the comments that are being presented to you today, because these are real issues that we faced, and we're going to be facing as we move forward on this here EA process. My history basically started on the north coast here, and I was working with a community called Gitga'ala Nation. And, you know, I was working there as a fisheries manager, and I got a call like 4 o'clock in the morning in Prince Rupert, and I answered, and hello, and I didn't recognize the person. He says, I need you to meet me down at the seaplane base in Prince Rupert. Excuse me, who's this? He gave me his name. I recognized the name. He worked for BC government, and I said, okay, great. I'll be there. And he says, yes, bring a floater suit. I need you to do some assessment work. And I okay, great. I'll bring my floater suit. So I went down there before 7 a.m. and there was 3 other biologists standing there, and we all, hi, how you doing? Then we're like, okay, Mike, why are we here? And I'm looking back at, oh, I thought you knew. We're waiting for this guy from the province. He showed up at 7 a.m. just very prompt. And then he let us know that there was a ferry sinking outside of Harley Bay. It was the Queen of the North sinking. And most people were okay. There was a huge fuel spill and a couple of people missing. And we needed you to do an assessment, all of you to do an assessment at the hardest hit area, the least hit area, and the unimpacted areas, to do water quality sand assessments and plant assessments. So we're grabbing samples as fast as we could when we were there. But they had, as soon as we landed in Harley Bay by seaplane, that's the only way you could get out there, or a boat. We landed on the seaplane, the doors open, a strong smell of diesel hits you right in the face. It was so heavy in the air, it's just fresh on the water. And they had speedboats waiting for us. So we had assigned areas. And the first thing they tell us before we jump in a speedboat to run off and do our assessments and sampling was, if you see a body, your day is done. Stay with it, radio it in, and we'll take care of it after that, but your day is done. And so we all recognize that, and as we're driving out, we're passing floating debris that says Queen of the North on it, you know, rings, everything that you can imagine floating on the water, and a rainbow sheen of diesel everywhere. And we went out, we sampled in the areas that we were assigned to. It took less than 4 hours, and then we're back on the seaplane, flying back to Prince Rupert. And then I hung up my floater suit in my office. And for the next 2 weeks, every time I opened up my office door, that strong smell of diesel, because I got into my floater suit, was there. And it's a stark reminder to me that there's people living there. There's a community of people living right there with that strong smell every single day, every hour, until that spill was cleaned up. And it was going into their clothing, into their furniture, into their food. They got their food. They said the ocean's our dinner plate. And I took that as a stark reminder, you know, the only way you get there by boat or by plane, so it is their dinner plate. So we did work on that for 2 years. And on the second year, it was in front of the lawyers. And the lawyers were asking the same question over and over to everybody. And they're going, so do you think it's okay now? You know, we don't see it on the water anymore. And my analogy to that was, go to a gas station, there's a mud puddle. Take a piece of steak, drop it in that mud puddle, flip it over, and go cook it and eat it. If you can't do that, you're telling them to do that. Don't tell them to do that, because that's their food. After I did that, I thought, you know, doing environmental assessment work was what I needed to do. So there was a Superport in Prince Rupert. I did the EA on behalf of another community, Metlakatla. I was doing their environmental assessments on the water and making sure everything was done correctly. And then I had the opportunity to come back here to Wet'suwet'en, which I am, and start looking at the pipeline issue. And the pipeline that we started looking at that time, they already had the Enbridge project is what I was looking at, but they also had what was called PTP. The PTP was already given a certificate in 2009. Enbridge was going through starting to look at in 2010 to get a certificate. And their certificate that they were seeking was for bitumen oil pipeline. And everybody was against it. I mean, the hardest thing that we had to do was fighting the government, because the government got the oil sands and they wanted this pipeline through so that they could start revenue stream. And the people here were like, you live over there, you don't live here. It's like Hartley Bay all over again, where you're asking the people to take on this disaster that's going to happen. It's not that it might happen, it will happen. And we're going to have to live with it. But you can make all the decisions in Ottawa or Alberta or wherever, but you won't be here where it'll be impacted. And we are. And we fought that as hard as we could. And we did really well. You know, eventually they made a decision that the project will now go through. But the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency at the time said, even though we stopped the project, you're going to hold it for 10 years, and we'll put it on the shelf. And then after 10 years, it's going to be still on that shelf. They could bring it back anytime that they want, pull it off the shelf, right where they left off, just do a few more assessments, and it's a go again. So when you think about these pipelines and say, we won, we did it. And really, the government's like, when they're ready, they'll go again. I know this one pipeline that they tried to do in lower BC. They tried to get a pipeline, a small one, and it went bankrupt. And BC's like, well, okay, we'll hold it until you're ready to go again. And the company's, we're bankrupt, we can't go. But BC's like, we'll hold it for you. And that's the mentality that they have, is that these projects are industrial projects that they could go through at any time that they want. They get the backing and the money to do it again, they'll do it again. And my background in looking at these EA processes is the first thing that you do when you go into EA, you're going into, is there a need for the project? And the pipeline will say all of these needs, the money, the economics side of things. As a First Nation, you're going, I want data. I want assurances for my community, my people, that you're going to follow our direction. And everybody's writing this stuff down, but when it comes time to put it on the EA website, all of those questions aren't there. I don't even know if they wrote them down, but everything that we tried to get as hard evidence into the EA process did not show up. It's not part of the whole paperwork. I looked multiple times saying, hey, I said this when this started. When we had that working group to say what we want, I said so much, and where's it all? And then even when we started the projects, I'm going, hey, I said this, it's in writing somewhere. And you guys need to find those words, because, you know, we didn't just sit there and throw fluff in the air. We had legitimate concerns. We had high concerns that had to be addressed, and we wanted it to be part of the process. I mentioned the PTP pipeline. In that one, there was a natural gas. There's 536 commitments by the government that they had to make sure that they looked after, that every one of those commitments were going to be done. 538, I believe, was the final one. And when we went to the Coastal GasLink one, I submitted all of those same ones saying these are the same concerns that we have. These are the same concerns on 538. We want all of those commitments part of that process. And when it came time to get a decision for how many commitments are going to be tied to that project, there was only 34. And they're so vague that, you know, I can say one thing on what I see that commitment meaning. The company could say another, and the government doesn't see either. But whoever, their leadership on their side will say, go with that. And when the companies write their reports to those commitments, I don't see any data. I just see reports. There's no data to follow up to make sure that what they've written down is actual to data. Because if you ask a First Nations to do something, they'll go, well, I want to see 5 years of data first. And when we go and say we want something, well, we wanted that data. We want to make sure that everything that you're saying is accurate. You go to a pipeline, they write a report, there's no question. There's no data to back it up. And that's the hard part that I've been fighting over the years, is trying to, every year I'm asking, where's the data to support this report? Then we heard about the non-compliance reports that were coming out. You're not compliant, so you need to do this to get you back in compliance. They write a report. And I'm going, okay, you got a report. Where's the data to back up that report? And there's no data. So how can a company get away with just writing reports without factual data to supply to the nations, to the people on the land, to say, okay, I see how this report is, and I see that it's factual, with backing up with the data? We don't get that. And so when we look forward to what has to be done on other pipelines, is everything that you say during a working group, that's the basis of what's going to be part of that EA. Make sure that they get it in writing, and you have a look at what they wrote down, and then you make sure that it goes onto their website. Because if you say all of that, all of the concerns and everything that you want them to hear and be part of the EA, and they don't put it on the website, it's not said, and they don't hear you. And it's hard as a person, as a Wet'suwet'en, to go out there and say, I want this. My people want this. We want to make sure that we have clean water, we have food to eat, and we're able to do our cultural activities on the landscape. If we can't do that, we're not Wet'suwet'en. And if we can't go out there and do our spiritual connection to the land, we have ceremonies that are quite tied to our traditions, where the boy to man, the girl to woman, these are really secret ones, that how the boy becomes a man and how the girl becomes a woman in our traditional way. My brother, he was one of the last ones in my family to do it, where he have to go out in the territory, be alone, live off the land in the middle of winter, and the only way we knew that he was still with us is that we leave a little supply of flour and bacon or something like that on a stump, and then we go away, and then they come in after we leave and get the supplies. And so that's how they became boy to man, is that they lived off the land in the middle of winter. And so that was one of the things that we do without being in contact with other people. With the pipelines and everybody, if you go out there and you see it's just like a city, so much traffic out there that they see you out there and they question you, why are you out there? And then they'll arrest you on your own territory. When we did the Enbridge piece, on a video, I said, I love my water. I'm standing beside the Wet'suwet'en, the Maurice River. I love this water. It's a lifeblood of our communities. I'd hate to go out on my land and then get arrested for nuisance and trespass on my own territory. And they're doing that with CGL. Our own people are going out on the land and they're getting arrested. I said this back in 2011 on a video, and it's happening. There's people couldn't fathom at the time that they're going to be arrested by people in army fatigues and assault rifles on their own territory for being out in the land, trying to do their cultural activities, trying to gather foods because of the high prices in the stores. You need to gather that food because you don't make very much. You got to feed your family off of the land. That's our way. That's our tradition. But if you go out there and you get arrested, they don't just bring you to Smithers. They take you off of your own territory, out of the area to someone else's territory, and await to see the Crown to say you trespass on our right-of-way. You trespassed and you broke the reason why we're doing this. And you're going, I'm doing my cultural activities. My traditional right, my grandfather, my father, my mother taught me to do this. I won't break that. I'm going to teach my children. It's happening to what residential schools did to our families. They took our families away. My mom went to residential school, never spoke a word of English when she was a small child, and she was beaten to learn English and not speak her own tongue. And so when she grew up and had us, she wouldn't teach us because of the pain that she went through in residential school. And so we're like the same thing, is that we can't teach our children off the land because we'll be thrown in jail. They announce all over the place about UNDRIP, all of those commitments on UNDRIP, what you can do to protect your ways, your culture. You cannot be taken forcefully off your land. Where's UNDRIP helping us as Wet'suwet'en people? Where's UNDRIP helping us as First Nations in Canada? Because we are the ones that are being persecuted and our traditions are taken away. You know, you had Chelsea Armstrong as a speaker here yesterday, and Chelsea talked about this one article that she just recently wrote. I co-authored with that and my piece on that was about Queese War Trail. Queese War Trail is where our ancestors fought another community to protect our sovereignty of our territory. They came across, they raided, killed his wife and his child, and then we retaliated and had a war with them. And when we had that war, it was 300 years ago, so the only way you could go and move about is walk in and out. There's no hospitals, nothing. And so at the end of that war, our people were coming back, and along that way, our warriors were wounded, so they would die on the trail coming back out. And their spirits were released where they lie. That was the Queese War Trail. When CGL came along in 2012, we told them about the Queens War Trail, how the significance of the Queens War Trail. Your right-of-way says it's going over top of our trail. And we fought them, trying to say everything that we can to stop, do not run over our trail. Our people are buried on that. And in 2019, they put that road right over top of the Queens War Trail. And my analogy to that is, where else in the world can you put a road right through a graveyard? You celebrate Remembrance Day. We celebrate Remembrance Day. Those warriors fought for our sovereignty, our land. And this is our payment. We don't want to be different from anybody. We want our traditions. We want to be a people that hold our traditions and teach it. When I go and, I walked that Queens War Trail in 2010, 2011, 2013, and I remember all the landmarks. You look at a hill, you look at certain things to know where you're going on that trail. I did it again in 2020 after they put that roadway through. They bulldozed mountains down to make road. I couldn't recognize my landmarks. I couldn't see where, my people walked. I still felt the power. When a chief speaks, you feel that power of their speech. You feel it inside, and that resonates through everything. And when the chief passes, and they put him back in the ground, that power stays in the ground, so that when you walk on a trail or on the footsteps of the ancestors, you feel revitalized, because that power is revitalizing you. You're getting that energy off of that land from the chiefs. The history of your ancestors are coming back into you and revitalizing you. When they put that roadway through there, I did as much as I can in terms of making sure that it's recorded. I think in the EA process for Coastal GasLink, you look under Wet'suwet'en, I wrote a lot of documents in there. Those documents all related to case law study, what you shouldn't do, what they're doing. Everything on case law, I named it in those reports that I was writing to them. And I got no reaction for those. I got, thank you for your report, we'll take it into consideration, and then it's filed. Years later from now, maybe 10 or so, the government will come back and say, we're sorry. But you look on those documents, if they don't erase them, you find those documents, you look at the case law, you use that against them when they say sorry. Because those words are the ones that we feel. And that poor oversight that the Oil and Gas Commission is doing is that they say they're oversight of a pipeline, but they're just making sure that they're following the rules so that it could continue. There's nothing in there to say, in the Oil and Gas Commission, there's no wording for First Nations. There's no word in there saying we'll work with a First Nation. All it says is landowner, the right-of-way owner, and the government. But it doesn't have any wording for First Nations on how can we make a decision? How can we overturn that? How can we change their mind? I couldn't find it. Maybe since I left, maybe they did something. I doubt it. But First Nations don't have a say in an Oil Gas Commission Act. And that's one of the things that, if you're talking UNDRIP, change the wording. Change it so that we have a word and a say. The other thing is, when they started clearing the right-of-way, they're going as fast as they can. Everything that we asked for, ARD, acid rock generation, we want studies done. We want to see the data. or wetlands that you're crossing. We want the data before you destroy it, and we want the data afterwards or during and after. They destroyed 43 Wet'suwet'en wetlands on the right of way without one piece of evidence that it was a wetland. Then they came back, oh, sorry, here's a report. Where's the data? I started at the end going, you know, this is insane. How does a First Nation really get ahead of this? Because I recorded all of the spills that were happening. Even the RCMP compound out there had a spill. And I went out there, I did the assessment on the spill right next to the Wet'suwet'en, the Maurice River. They dropped 500 liters of fuel right into the ground. It seeped into the river. And I says, where's your spill kit? Oh, what's that? Well, where's your preventative measures for spills? Oh, we don't have any. And then I says, you have a tree planter camp just downstream from you. Have you informed them? There's like 40 people staying there. And they get their water right out of the river. They're thinking we're being environmental friendly, everything. And, oh, we haven't notified them. I said, I'm going to do that for you right now. And I drove down there. I said, let me inspect your all of your spill kits, your generators. They're all compliant. They had spill trays underneath their generator. They had trays for their fuel. They had spill kits, and they're smiling. We're compliant. And I says, great. Did you know that there was a spill just up here a week ago and it's still leaking into the river? What? Nobody told us. That is the things that we deal with, is that even if they spill, they're only allowed to allow the authorities and the affected First Nations. Whether that goes out to everybody, it doesn't. You find out about it after we should let people know. And then we start letting people know of these things that are occurring. Even we get the reports 3 days later, and you get up there to have an inspection of it, they're saying it's all cleaned up. But you don't know how bad it was until you start doing your own assessments. To get ahead of this, I'm asking that everything that you write down, that you make sure they put it in the government side of things so that they can fall back to it during a working committee on a new pipelines that they're doing. There's a layer in the government database called the SCRIMP layer. The SCRIMP layer is where it's got majority of Wet'suwet'en trails, historical trails, and majority of the Gitxsan trails that they have during, these were all filed part of the Delgamuukw court case that started in, well, the background started back in 83. The final decision came out in 97. And so they had these SCRIMP layers. The government of BC has these SCRIMP layers showing all of these trails. What you need to do is make sure that the government gets it in writing saying that they recognize these as Wet'suwet'en or Gitxsan trails, because we didn't realize that we had to do it. We thought they're going to honor our trails. Well, by the Queece War Trail, they honored nothing. They dismissed it. All of the reports that we had, even we had a letter from the Parks Canada saying, this is a legitimate trail. Do not disturb. They put a road right over top of it anyway. So get it in writing. Get the government of BC to recognize those trails that they have recorded as actual trails, and then you can have a strength of that to get ahead of these pipelines. I went through a lot. In 12 years of fighting pipelines, I wasn't really recognizing myself as a fighter of these pipelines, but you try to be as impartial as you can, but it's hard to be impartial when they keep on doing bad things all the time. I think my last inspection on Coastal GasLink was in May. It was on the Gosnell area, and I cited so many things that was wrong with their inspection, even their machines, because it was a flood season. Their machines were going underwater. And how can you put a spill tray under a machine that's going underwater? So At the end of it, we had multiple non-compliance issues, and we shut them down, and they got a fine out of that one. That was my last inspection that I did on them. And a good person to talk to is BC Compliance and Enforcement, Chris Parks. You know, I told him, look at, we're kind of making these environmental observers or workers on the pipeline, we're kind of making them almost cry. And he says, good. Serves them right. They're going on a First Nations territory and land, and they don't have permission. They should have listened. And I went, I like this guy. So, reinforce the data reports. Try and get them. Use them as much as you can, because that's your power. Use that trails. Get that in writing. As much as you can, get the government to acknowledge portions of your territory, your hereditary, your lands. Get them to recognize that. Because the power is in your ability to say, this is ours, and we're going to stay and we're going to look after it. That's your power. Press it. Even though it looks bad for us, look at what they did with the residential schools. They're apologizing. I don't know how long it'll be, maybe not in my lifetime, but eventually they're going to apologize for what they're doing. And I won't be around to see it. But those that are fighting the fight, the good fight, to protect the land, the water, and the air, you may see it. And that's, you look up to this guy and you look at me and the ancestors and you say, you guys did a good job. You guys led the way, and we're going to hold them to the fire. The other thing to do, even before anything gets in the ground, you may not like this, get the proponent to pay. We got Enbridge to pay and to do our studies. And at the end, we still said no. Get the proponent to pay for your studies. That's all it is. You're saying, I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no. I want these studies done, and you're going to pay. And pressure them to do that. Because at the end of it, the data that you make and collect is the ones that will be helping your decision, whether however you decide, that data is going to back up your decision and make the proponent pay. Because the government won't pay for it. They told us, no, we can't do it. We don't have the funds to do it. You're going to have to ask the proponent to do it. And so we said, we're not going to say yes or no, but we want this data done. They'll pay for it. Get them to pay. That way, if you're saying you get the data to back your decision, and then who paid for it, right? It strengthens your decision. These are the things that we look at. Make sure you have monitors, because those people that are out in the landscape getting arrested, they don't have a tag on them saying, I'm a monitor. You need to have monitors out in there with tags saying, this is what we're here for. I'm sorry, I'm going to do my work, and we're going to collect the data. Make sure that they have the tags to say that they're monitors, otherwise they will get arrested. It's not just being arrested. Even if you have a brand new truck and you go out on the territory, they'll pull you over if they don't see anything wrong with your vehicle. They'll say, the RCMP will tell you to go get that vehicle inspected, which costs you out of your pocket to do that. So, you know, we had people going out there having to wear tags because the police were dressed in military. This one incident that happened out there, the teachers, I won't say which community, brought their students out there to 44 and a half to that camp out there. And the RCMP got word that there was a bus that went out there with a bunch of people on it. They dressed up in military fatigues, pulled out their assault rifles, went into the 44 camp, throwing everything everywhere, upturning everything, not really looking for anything, just making a mess. and they had the kids hiding in the cabin. And then they banged open the door, walked around inside in military gear, and then they all walked out and left because it's just children. And the teachers couldn't say anything because they would get fired. Because they're in charge of these children, right? And so they couldn't say anything because of that. And they didn't know. Nobody knew that they were going to have this military action happening just when they were going to see cultural land, cultural teachings, having a lunch and sharing tea, and then getting roughhoused by the RCMP with military tactics and assault rifles. We don't want to see that happen anymore. We don't want that happening to the Gitxsan, other First Nations. You know, these are the tactics that are used by apartheid, you know. Things that the government said, oh, we don't do, they do it. Where's UNDRIP? Where's everything that all these agreements that how to work together and share our decision making? It's not there. We want to get there, but we got to wait for the apology, I guess. Thank you.
Okay, so legal requirements from working group needs to always include data. That's a big message. And then also mentoring youth to take care of land, water, air, and cultural stewardship is a really important thing to do, and also have to manage the risk of those kids potentially being harassed. Got it. Thanks, Mike. On the Coastal GasLink pipeline, when Mike talks about compliance and enforcement and the regulations and wanting to make sure that things are being done so that stewardship is being looked after, I just want to point out that there are 326 stream crossings in the Skeena watershed alone, in the Wedzin-Kwa system. The province boasted when we said they were not doing their job on compliance and enforcement and regulatory inspections. They said, but we've done 125 inspections to date over 5 years. And we said, well, there are 326 stream crossings. I think 167 of them are fish bearing. And during the environmental planning stage of that, in order to figure out how they're going to cross rivers, DFO gives a blanket letter of advice. This is how you do all trench crossings, regardless of the sensitivity of that ecosystem. Some rivers are too wide for trench crossings, so they drill underneath like they did for the Wedzin-Kwa. Which is why we participated in a citizen monitoring group, because we couldn't get on the ground to do that. People like Mike, other inspectors, regulatory inspectors for the Wet'suwet'en could not do that under risk of arrest. So having good land, air, and water stewardship, it's important that you be present on the land. And it needs to be written into the agreements ahead of time. So the citizen monitoring group was started with a number of different people participating that would have to fly in by helicopter, that had to use drones to get images because people were not allowed to those sites. And in every single case, we found issues of non-compliance that were not yet reported. So it is important to have boots on the ground. And it's my pleasure to now turn it over to Tara Marsden, who is going to help root us a little bit in how to prepare for new proposals and some of the incredible work that she and her team and she as a consultant has been doing in the region.
Thanks, Shannon and Mike, for a really difficult thing to hear. I've seen it, I've witnessed it over the past few years, but to hear Mike's experience and the just the repeated, consistent, and ongoing trauma that this Coastal GasLink pipeline has brought to our neighbors, and how we are hopefully learning from this, and that, as you said, that when you're with the ancestors, that there will be someone looking up and saying that you did it for a reason, and it wasn't in vain. So along with my friends up here, have been dealing with pipelines in one form or another for the better part of my adult life. And the Coastal GasLink pipeline is the first one where I feel like I have some direct knowledge of what actually happens, because we were effective, as Mike said, in stopping Enbridge. This round was one of the tasks and responsibilities I carried for a while for the Carrier Secondary. And then 2 pipelines proposed in the Gitnao territory when I was working there that did not come to fruition but are now being revived. And so learning from what actually happens, and when we look at those lengthy lists of commitments, we need the GIF or the meme, Kai or media team that says commitment, reality, 500, 330, 80, whatever the number is. What is the commitment that they made, and what's the reality? Those images, those stories, those quotes are so powerful because we are being deceived daily. We're being deceived constantly, and it's an effort that is backed by military force now. And so what do we do when we have a powerful force that is aimed at deceiving us? We have to seek the truth. We have to share the truth when we know it. And I made sure that Shannon was able to talk, not just to moderate this panel, because I saw those emails that she talked about. I saw the emails that she tried to get answers from DFO, from Compliance and Enforcement, from Oil and Gas Commission, from MOE, every single so-called responsible agency, and they are irresponsible agencies because they have no accountability to these commitments. I saw that she was sent in circles, and I think one line that stuck out for me in this, you should get the thread from her. It's quite the read. One said, it's legal because it's permitted. It has a permit, and therefore it's legal. And this is the colonial system of law. How can you damage fish? Fish habitat's protected under the Fisheries Act, right? Well, if there's a permit, it's legal. That's how we do it. And similar with the certificate, the environmental certificate. If we have a certificate, you can really do whatever you want. And as long as you can preserve that certificate, whether it's through multiple extensions or you have a substantially start designation where you've invested a certain amount of millions of dollars, then you can say, okay, this certificate is gold. It's good for eternity, essentially. And the Crown has to support that regardless of changes, climate change, cumulative impacts, Indigenous rights being recognized. All of that doesn't matter if you have that certificate. And so what we've learned with the Coastal GasLink experience and being there as allies for our neighbors and being supporters and receivers of information is that these 2 projects, I'll tell you a little bit about them. If you remember the LNG boom in the Christy Clark era of the provincial government, there was multiple pipelines all proposed at the same time, multiple terminals in Prince Rupert and Kitimat all proposed at the same time. And it was really on the heels of, there was quite a bit of an overlap between the Enbridge Northern Gateway. So we were fighting for a decade against an oil pipeline, bitumen pipeline, 2 twin pipelines. And oil was the enemy. We knew that for fish. We knew that for the 1,000 stream crossings that would result from Alberta tar sands to the BC coast. We knew about the oil spills, Exxon Valdez, what that means for the coast. And so it was a no-brainer. But then, the timing of that was, well, we've got natural gas and we can't say no to everything because then people will think we're against development. So we kind of have to say yes to something, and maybe natural gas is a safer bet. Maybe we can mitigate those impacts. And people today still believe that, and that's okay. Some of our leaders, our chiefs, our Simgiat, our Signam they believe, well, it's going to go ahead anyway, so let's just try and mitigate. But this is what mitigation looks like. It's devastating. It's not the rosy picture that is painted, and the promises that are made are there to placate you and to make you feel defenseless, and that money is going to be the only option to somehow benefit from this, because you're giving away everything. You're giving away your sovereignty, you're giving away your right to say yes or no, you're giving away your right to monitor, to be on your land, to bring your kids on the land, to be active on your territory, and that is a precedent that will then be used against you for future projects. So the 2 pipelines I spoke about are another Enbridge, unfortunately. So Spectra Energy had the West Coast Gas Connector Transmission Project proposed back in 2013-14, and they were approved, I believe, in 2015 by the environmental assessment, and that was bought out as a whole by Enbridge, who had proposed the oil pipeline previously. The second one is the TransCanada, now the TC Energy PRGT, which is Prince Rupert Gas Transmission Project. So both of those follow a more northern route through some of the Gitxsan territories, through the Gitnao, and then through the Niska in the Lower Nass, and then down to what they had proposed to be Prince Rupert area terminuses and LNG terminals. So we successfully got the LNG terminal at Lilo Island cancelled, and through that was a lot of effort of people in this room. And there's still a pipeline attached to that, though, with no terminal. Similarly, with the other project that Enbridge has now bought out, they had proposed a terminal on Ridley Island, I believe, but had just not. They got their certificate, and then they're now trying to preserve that and hold on to it for better market conditions, et cetera. And so we're now dealing with them. They are both coming back to life because our neighbors to the west, the Niska Lism's government, are proposing LNG terminals in their marine territories and some contested marine territories. And it is difficult. You know, I have a lot of Niska relatives. I have a lot of Niska friends and people through intermarriage and trade that we know and that we care about. And so this is nothing against those people. This is about a decision that's made by their government to support this project and to actually advance it as a partner in it. And so we've learned all of this information. We have learned about climate change. I think since 2015, we've had at least 3, maybe 4 drought years in the Skeena and the Nass. And this is one of them. So we are at critical low water levels. And I think we can expect probably what we've seen in the past as well is big, heavy rains in through the fall. And so when you have that drought followed by the flooding, the soils are damaged, they're eroded, because all of that prolonged heat and drought is really not allowing the watersheds to absorb the water when it does come. And so you get a ton of erosion and sediment release. And so this is, you know, the cumulative nature of any proposed development in our territory. And the critical crossing, just one, there are many, and so the critical crossings for Gitnao territory would be the Cranberry River. And so this is home to all 5 salmon species and has been a point of concern for many years around conservation of the Chinook stock, which has been severely depleted and is in a critical state. So just by comparison, we've been proposing a fishway to help monitor the fishery on the Cranberry, and that has been stalled and rejected numerous times by the provincial government, being held up in permitting, being held up by the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, and this is a political maneuver, unfortunately, on behalf of our neighbors again. And so we have this example of, you know, a very minimal footprint and impact, a fishway. You've seen them, you know, it just gives a passageway where the fish are sort of diverted to, then you can count them, you can take scale samples and collect that important data. And we're being prevented from doing that. And this is, you know, they throw all the arguments at us, oh, well, you know, it's going to have impacts to water and it's going to impact the fish and the Chinook won't use it and things like that. But yet they can approve a pipeline by TC Energy and continue to support the approval of that pipeline, knowing full well that this company is responsible for all of those violations and infractions in the Wet'suwet'en territory. So we're in a really difficult time, and we have some legacy that we have to overcome in terms of what was agreed to back in 2015, and that we have new information. And so similar to Mike and to the Wet'suwet'en, what we have learned from the environmental assessment process is that it's a rubber stamp. It is guaranteed to produce a result that industry wants, which is approval. And so once you're in, you're kind of good to go. And when you get to the point where you don't have the answers, you can't make the commitments, you can say, well, we'll do a management plan on that. We'll do that in permitting, and you can punt it off. And then by the time it gets to management plans and permitting, people have run out of resources, they've run out of steam, and maybe they're not as engaged as they were in the environmental assessment process. So, learning from this, we developed what's called the Gitnell Wilp Sustainability Assessment Process. This is our own assessment process in the Gitnell IOC. It was formalized in 2021, and it has been in effect since, and we're now currently reviewing our first project, the Eskay Creek Revitalization Project. I'd like to take this time to acknowledge Gavin Smith. Gavin, if you wouldn't mind standing, please. Big round of applause for Gavin. He helped us. As legal counsel, pro bono legal counsel through the RELAW program at West Coast Environmental Law. So any nation who is interested in reviving their Indigenous laws or in developing new laws based on your ancestral principles, this is an amazing program. They provide free legal support, and he's also helping us through the implementation process. And so this is what we will look at these two pipelines with now. We will not go to those working group meetings anymore. We will not go and prop up a colonial decision that is bound to result in a yes. And is bound to result in what I have learned from our neighbors. It can't be in vain. We can't just keep going through these ridiculous processes and expecting something different. And I think what we have been told by people is that, well, we might miss out. We might miss out on some big important thing if we don't go to these meetings. But we've been through them. I've been through at least 10 of them. I know Mike's been probably through more. We know what the results are. And Mali, who you heard from yesterday, his synopsis is, the end result is no significant adverse effect. That is the finding of everything. What about salmon? No significant adverse effect. What about water? No significant adverse effect. That's the result they're aiming for. They get it. And then they doctor it after the fact when it comes to monitoring. Well, they've got a permit, so it's legal. So I really want to share that this, the fight obviously on Coastal GasLink is far from over. There will probably be an apology. History will look back probably and say that this was a huge mistake and that they should have listened to the Wet'suwet'en. But we still have more ahead that we can do. There's still more support that is needed from many people who are in the room. Thank you for your support. And that what we are hearing from these two companies is that they want to preserve the corridor. And that essentially means that they want to keep their legal certificate and their proof of consultation with all the nations, and they will wait for the right time when the market is right, and then they will bring that project to life. So we have a lot of work ahead of us, and we will continue to share information transparently and to seek out support. Derek Nissim.
Thank you, Tara. So the BC Oil and Gas Commission is now called the BC Energy Regulator in an attempt to rebrand, and whether that attempt is genuine in wanting it to do different things or whether it is another sort of rubber stamp aspect. The way that the BC Energy Regulator functions is they administer the acts that are normally enacted by the ministries responsible for those acts. For example, the Forestry Act is usually administered by the Ministry of Forests, and same with the Environment Act, the Heritage Conservation Act. All of these different acts that have entire staffs, civil servants, bureaucracies, assistant deputy ministers, directors, who all deal with this kind of stuff, except when it comes to oil and gas. And what was once the BC Oil and Gas Commission and now the BC Energy Regulator, they administer those acts as a one-stop shop, which means they do not have the most up-to-date information and data. When I talked to civil servants and asked them what they thought about the efficacy of the BC Oil and Gas Commission in relation to the Coastal GasLink pipeline, civil servants were very clear. This was a big behemoth that we were not ready for, and the BC Oil and Gas Commission was undergunned to deal with it, and so are we as a province. What it has shown is that it is a complete system failure at every level and at every point in the process, from the planning to the management to the regulatory to the compliance and enforcement, and how some civil servants described it as a ghost in the machine. And one quote was, "We believe that when we take care of the sum, when we believe and we take care of the parts, the sum of the parts, we are taking care of the whole. And most often, that is not the truth, because there is nobody, no one person in government who is responsible for overseeing this project. Hence the jurisdictional confusion that still exists today after almost a decade of dealing with this pipeline. I want to go back to something that both Tara and Mike commented on, and that was about the ancestors, and do the work to the level that our future generations will be proud of us as ancestors. And that kind of blew my mind. We're sort of on this journey to get there, and we're setting the stage for what future generations are going to have to deal with. And we want to give them the best chance. My son is in the room today. And I hope that we are leaving him with a future that he can actually thrive in. So I want to go to April again and talk about some of the ongoing legacies that she has witnessed as a resident of Hawaii, and how that relates and ties in to what we're dealing with here, and how we can learn from each other moving forward, and ways that potentially we can work together.
Thank you everyone again for having me here. I wanted to speak a little bit about the connection that I have really seen between Indigenous sovereignty and the health of water and the health of land. And this is really relevant to me as someone who lives on the island of Oahu, because in the past few years, our only aquifer has been under threat of being poisoned by the Navy. And this is something that we've known about actually since, basically since World War II. But in order to give the full context, I think I'll try to give a very brief history of the overthrow of the Kingdom of Hawaii, which might be ambitious given that it's 9:30 in the morning, but I'll try to keep it short. Because one of the things that has also been really clear is that the health of our water is really deeply interrupted by private corporate interests backed by rogue military actions, which I think we saw so well with Kai's presentation yesterday. So how is it that a sovereign kingdom that was recognized by European powers and that America had agreed to protect was overthrown? Well, it started by corporate interests slowly eroding the culture of Hawaii and changing how land management happened. So traditionally, it's very well known in Hawaiian culture that water is wealth. The word for water is vai, and the word for wealth is vai, because it was deeply understood that water was the source of life. The way that land was managed was in the ahupua'a system, which were these demarcated zones that included the mountains, the plains, and the ocean, so that every family would have access to all aspects of the ecosystem in order to support themselves and have enough excess for trade. And the other ingenious aspect of this system is that there was boundaries where you weren't allowed to cross to harvest, which meant that you needed to make sure that you were sustaining the area of land that you lived on, and if you didn't, you faced the consequences of those actions. And part of the impact of colonization, extractive industries, and globalization is that it has means that people who make decisions do not have to live with the outcomes and the impact of that. But what I've seen so clearly with all of you, and thank you for your generous sharing of what has happened, is that for Indigenous people and people that are deeply connected to the land, that is not an option. We have to live with the outcomes of decisions that other people are making, and that's what we're facing right now in Oahu. So to get back to my very brief history of Hawaii, what started with sugar plantations coming in, changing how land was managed, creating a monocrop system of sugar plantations, draining wetlands, which have contributed to some of the fires that are happening today in Maui. It's those corporate interests that then decided that in order to avoid tax tariffs on sugar imports to the U.S., they should try to annex Hawaii to the U.S. So it was Sanford Dole, who was a sugar plantation owner, who led the overthrow, backed by Marines from the USS Boston and the Minister of Hawaii from the U.S. This was not an American-sanctioned overthrow. It was led by corporate interests. And it was possible because they already had decades of dismantling Hawaiian culture and sovereignty. So what started as corporate interests backing this, originally, there's a little bit of a complex history of a rapid succession of U.S. presidents, but President Cleveland actually said, this was not legal. You need to take down American flags from this soil. We're not annexing this territory. The only reason that that changed and the reason that Hawaii was annexed, like Guam, like Puerto Rico, is because it was realized when the Spanish-American War ended, which was partially fought in the Philippines, they realized, you know what, Hawaii is a really good military outpost, and it can be a refueling station because we need to refuel our Navy. So what happens when you take over land and you see it as a refueling station? You don't see it as your home. You don't see it as a place that you need to care for. You don't see it as a place that your family and your children and your grandchildren will live on. And so it's what we need to realize is this kind of colonial logic that produces a very logical outcome. When you see someplace as a refueling station, then you do things like what they did in World War II, where they decided to put 20 refueling tanks that are 25 stories high in the ground because they were afraid it was going to be bombed. The only problem with that is that they placed it only 100 feet above our only aquifer, our only source of fresh water on Oahu, which is an island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Fresh water is very precious. It's not like on the continent where if something goes wrong, you can drive next door. There is no next door. We really have to understand how to be sustainable when you're on a very small island far away from everything. So it's this kind of logic that produces the outcomes that we see today. Because in 2021, well, I should back up. We've known since these were in place for the last 75 years that they've been leaking. The Navy understood. It was very clear. There was clear evidence that there was leaks of jet fuel, which is a huge threat to our aquifer. But in 2021, there was a very big leak. 21,000 gallons of jet fuel leaked into the water. The Navy denied it. They said that the water was safe, but people would take showers and end up in the ER. They were getting chemical burns in their throat. They were getting swelling. They were getting rashes. They were throwing up. And the ironic thing is that these were Navy families. So I know that all the indigenous folks already know this, but for all the settlers, it's really important to realize that the military is not protecting us the way that they think they are. They told military families the water was safe. Meanwhile, people were bathing their babies in jet fuel. And we don't know the long-term impact of that. Only recently are they starting to open clinics to understand what happens when you drink jet fuel, what happens when you bathe yourself in jet fuel. These aren't things we want to find out. So, you know, I've been really touched to get to learn from all of you. And there's a lot of things actually that remind me of the culture of Hawaii, because there's a really deep culture of generosity and sharing, and also of trying to protect our land and water. So the one silver lining that I want to share is that after 75 years of knowing that there's been leaks, thanks to all the powerful protests by water defenders, we were able to get the Pentagon to agree to shut down the refueling tanks. So that has been mandated, and it's hopefully should be completed by 2027. And just last month, they started to decommission these tanks. So yeah, I really want to give a round of applause to all the folks who are part of that. But you know, the military-industrial complex, just like all these pipelines, is really big. So while we had that win, you know, the following year in 2022, there was another leak of some toxic chemicals that are used to put in water, because you can't put out a fuel fire with just water. The water needs to have toxic chemicals in it to suppress the flames. So there was another leak of about 14,000 gallons that includes some toxic chemicals called PFAS. And these are forever chemicals, meaning they don't biodegrade. They just accumulate in our organs over time. And again, it's not fully known the impact, except that they're very toxic. And again, I want to say, like, this was not it was an accident, but it's not a surprise, because the DoD actually did a study, the Department of Defense in the US, and found that this was happening at hundreds of facilities. There's leaks of PFAS into the water at hundreds of facilities that people are drinking. So this is a logical outcome that comes from a colonial government that's militarized, completely dependent on fossil fuels, and really doesn't care what happens to the people of the land that they're occupying, and even to the military families that are part of that. So I really am grateful to all especially the elders who I think have been so generous in the sharing of your knowledge, but also have a really powerful antidote to help us remember a different way of understanding wealth and what's important. Because as a young person growing up, it's hard to understand that. And when we're told by our government or our regulatory agencies that the water is safe, we want to believe that. And what do you do when the folks who are in charge of regulating can't be trusted? Who do you turn to then? And what I've really learned is that's when you have to turn to your elders in your community. And I really appreciate the strength that all of you have brought and the fierce determination. It's very, very helpful. Because what my counterparts have been saying about non-compliance and about lack of reporting, we see that in Hawaii as well. And if you're lucky, you get an acknowledgement. Like, we were lucky that the Navy finally acknowledged, yes, actually this isn't safe to drink. We need to shut this down. We're told that we're lucky if we get an apology, like Mike said. But the thing is, apologies are too late. Once an aquifer is poisoned, you can't unpoison that. Once a pipeline is built and leaks into your river and the salmon are dead, it doesn't matter how many apologies you get. Those salmon can't come back. So what we don't need is apologies. What we need is accountability. And that accountability, what we found in Hawaii after 75 years, only happens when water defenders protest and say that we can't handle this anymore. So I just want to give thanks to all the amazing water and land defenders. I know that it's caused a big impact on you personally with all the PTSD, with your families, and I just want to really give gratitude, because I know that the benefits that you're doing aren't just for your territory, it's for all of us, because we really have to stop this fossil fuel industry that's fueling climate change and killing our earth. Because as I was trying to prepare for this, I was thinking about what's the similarity between the sugar industry, which caused the overthrow of Hawaii, with the oil industry. And the thing that I've come to is that these are addictions. Sugar is one of the most addictive substances. I partake in it daily, so I actually know. But they've done studies that when you eat it, the same parts of your brain that light up when you do heroin or cocaine also light up, And similarly, we're just as addicted to oil, because if you want to make money, you need a market. And one of the best ways to have a market is to have something that's addictive, because you can't stop consuming it even when it's killing you. And that's what's happening with our fossil fuel industry. It's killing our earth, and we can't stop. And it's folks that are in this room that I see that you're fighting and helping us to remember that there's another way, that we can have a society where we care about each other, where we're connected to the land, where we know where our water comes from. And folks are really putting their families and their lives on the line, because these addictions are killing our families. This addiction is killing our earth. And I just really want to thank you all for helping us to find another way. Thank you.
So we've got a few minutes, and I wondered if anyone of you out there have questions that you would like to ask this panel, because there's a lot of knowledge sitting over here. If anyone has questions for Mike or Tara or April. Trying to get the microphone.
It's on. Yeah, it's a lot of hard things we hear you guys going through, and one thing I'm always wondering to take home to my children, or I don't have kids, but I mean in my reservation, like I claim them, right? They are, and one thing I always wanted, they're at an age where they grow up on one of my reservations, the city, so they grow up with their land dead. And so it's like, what do you guys, where do you find the hope? Or sometimes I wake up and I'm just like, oh, this sucks. But I talk to my elders. Where do you guys find that hope, to, if that makes sense, right? Or rejuvenate, or like what gets you through this, that warrior spirit, and which is love, warriors love deepest, where does that come from? Yeah, the hope.
It's through the teachings of your parents, your ancestors, the community. Those are the teachings that you learn. And then you go out on what we call the yinta. You go out on the land. The land is where it's at. It rejuvenates you, like I said earlier. The power is there. You just need to go out there, experience it, and then get your batteries up, and then you can go forward. All of the teachings, everything that you can learn on the land, the people of the area, your ancestors, that's the grounding that you need. And that's the grounding that will revitalize you moving forward. If you know the people of the land, of the area that you're in, and learn about the history. Take that time to hear their stories. That's what's going to help you stand where you are today and hopefully into the future for the next generation as well. Ms. Sai.
Hello? Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. I actually was really struggling with that this morning, the hope piece. And yesterday I had to leave early. I missed part of Kai's, but I was listening to him talk about General Petraeus and this like militarized strategy, and it's right here in our backyard. And I was feeling pretty overwhelmed, and then went out to Gitnell to get my fish, and learned that one of our farms, so there's a food security farm that's being built on the Cranberry, and they've been getting harassed quite a bit. There's no permits in place, of course, no provincial permits. And so the compliance and enforcement officers were out there yesterday, and they had a drone, they had camera, they were doing a full inspection. And it just was like, we're so screwed, you know, and went out with my kids, took them swimming, and I just sat by the water. And just like Mike said, it was just like, it was pretty instant, you know. It's still there, but as long as we still have that water and it's still clean, it does nourish our otsin, our soul. And for the kids who live in the city, I totally hear that. I've got nephews who live in the city, but they come home every summer. And hopefully they come home for good someday, you know, because it is our land and it does heal us. And all it asks in return is that we respect it.
The only thing I'll add is that getting to have exchanges like this where we see the fights that other folks are involved in is one thing that actually gives me a lot of hope and inspiration. I got to work briefly in South Africa, and I remember talking to an activist there saying, like, you know, apartheid seemed just so, like, impossible to change. Like, that was the reality for so long. It only ended in 1996, and he was one of the first generations that got to grow up outside of the apartheid system. And I said, like, how did you fight for that? And he said, you know, it's just really important that we try. We might not win, but it's really important that we try. And, you know, there are a lot of times that we do win. And getting to hang out with Chief Namaks over the last few days has been amazing. And one of the things he shared with me is that, you know, they can take everything, but they can't take our hope. And so it is our responsibility to try to figure out how to take care of ourselves, to take care of our loved ones, so that we can keep that hope alive, because that's what allows us to vision and do totally crazy things like what Shannon's always doing. And you know what? Sometimes we do win, and we owe it to ourselves and the future generations to keep trying.
Thanks, Dora. We'll take one more question, and then we'll go to some quick closing remarks. Dolly?
Denise Jacobze Skyze. Thank you, Shannon, April, Tara, and Mike. What I want to share with you is I've been listening to the panelists yesterday and today, and there was a lot of anger, there's a lot of sadness, there's a lot of, and that's, we're grieving. We are grieving for what CDL is doing to our Yinta right now. I'm grieving because my granddaughter, my grandsons, what are they gonna have? We have to do something. And I agree with Mike when he said you get the energy when you go out to the Yinta. My late dad brought me out to the Yinta to go pick berries. And the energy that the trees give me, and my dad, and the animals we see out there, and the ground we walk on gives us energy. And when I went home, I didn't, like we were going home, I didn't want to go home. And when I did go home, it was like, where's my energy? It's not there anymore. When I was out on the Tayinta, my ancestors were there. And now my dad is out there, my late dad. And yesterday, I want to comment on what Galen's experience. He was treated. I think it was, I can't remember what year it was, when the military went out and my son was out there. I was at home. And I was worried about him because I see what was happening on TV. And couldn't get a hold of him. Then one day, or one evening, he phoned. And he said, "Mom, I only have a few seconds to say I love you." Because the militaries and the RCMP are listening in. And I cried because I don't know if what's happening to him out there. He's the one that cut the trees down after the military went in. They went out to Hunastoten territory, him and another guy. He cut down the trees so the RCMP and the military will take a long time to get through. They have to cut the trees to get through. But that's what a mother goes through when a son is out there defending for the land. I didn't know if I was going to see him again or what, because he only had seconds to say, "I love you, Mom." Because we couldn't even talk to each other because of the military and the RCMP listening in. He didn't want the RCMP to know where he is because he was hiding out after the raid. Anyways, that's my experience when my son phoned me. And that's what Galen was going through as a mother. Sorry, my mouth is dry. So, thank you everybody for listening to me. I didn't have a question, it was just a comment I wanted to share of my son's experience out there. And the energy I get from the Yinta. It's so energizing when you go out in Yinta. And then what they did to the Yinta out there, they took it away from us. They took the habitat for many animals, the birds, and then the fish. They took it all away, and you guys are speaking for the animals. You're the voice for the animals. We need to save them. Masai, Awatsa. And my mom would like to tell you a story of her great-grandmother, or her grandmother, my great-grandmother. This is Walat, Zakaze Walat, English name Susie Alford.
Denise Zakaze Skyze. I'm going to tell a history of 1914 of my grandmother, what they went through. It's not just today the RCMP and military are on a territory. This is happened at Nilsi Taisley. They call it Buck Falls today. The government changed the name. Nilsi Taisley means Misty Falls. And my grandma and grandpa, Annie Tilso and Peter Michel, they had a huge log house and they had 7 children. And my mom was 1 year old and grandma was packing her. And they had 6 other older children, and one of them was Lucy Holland, who is Mike's grandma. One day, who comes to their property? I don't say territory, it's their property. They had a big log house with 7 children. An RCMP, a person from Ottawa, and the so-called Indian agent. They came to them and told them they had to leave the territory. So Grandma and Grandpa, they were very afraid. They didn't take no chance. They gathered up the children, and then it was middle of the winter. And they had sleds, and they put the kids on a sled, the younger ones. The older ones were pulling the sled. They came all the way from Sam Goosley Lake all the way to Glentana across Smithers. And this is where they were going to be living. So Grandpa and Grandma took them 2 weeks in the snow, walking with 7 children, a newborn baby, which was my mom. That was 1914. They arrived at Glentana and they unloaded the sled and they were going to settle down. Who comes the next day are those same 3 people. They told them they cannot live there, so they moved them further west, a place called West County, means where there's lots of Devil's Club growing. They named after that. That's where they moved them, which is a little further east from Woodsett. And that's where they settled down and built a house and brought up all their children. And this is what happened to them in 1914. This is not the first time an RCMP comes to the territory. It's been going on for years. And Grandma was crying when she told us grandchildren about the history of what they went through. And I never forgot the stories she told me. And as soon as I heard about what happened to the militaries and the so-called RCMP on the territory a few years ago, a lot of memories flowed back to me. And I just wanted to share that with everybody. This is not the first time an RCMP have been attacking the Yinta. And I just want to thank everybody for listening to me. This is history. It's not something I made up, it was told to me. Thank you all for listening. Skyze means children of the chiefs. Masai.
Thank you, ladies. It reminds me a lot of a quote by Rhoda Kwok, who is a Klabona keeper and has fought hard to protect the sacred headwaters, the birthplace of the Stikine, Skeena, and Nass watersheds, when she said, as they were fighting Shell, who is one of the major shareholders of LNG Canada, when they wanted to frack in the sacred headwaters, and she said, first they stole the children from the land, and now they're trying to steal the land from the children. And I think when it comes to hope, I'm going to quote Gerald Amos and Bruce Hill, because I'm not sure which one came up with this, and both said it so often. When you get good people together, magic happens. And there's a lot of people like that in this room. So I'd like to thank the panelists for their voice today and all of their tireless work. And thank you all for being here. Oh. Sorry.
Yeah. Hello? Oh, good. In our histories as Gitxsan, Wet'suwet'en, we have what's called the Odok. We have the Kunga. Our history is told in stories. Our story here today is sharing our stories with you, and you being part of that story can carry it forward. That's the way, as Wet'suwet'en and Gitxsan, we are. We are the storytellers. We carry our history by stories. And today you are part of my story as I am part of yours. And let's make it a best story that we ever can moving forward. Masai.
Here. But I want to drop the mic for you guys. Like I was sitting over there just wow. You know, some of the stories and we've heard over the last couple days and the experience and the knowledge and the wisdom, it's just mind blowing. And I can't thank everybody enough. The people who spoke yesterday, the people who are going to speak today, the people in the room. I can feel the energy in the room, and it's amazing. So we're going to take a quick break now. We're going to take a health break for 15 minutes while we set up the next presentation. Thank you.
Denny's 8 Sakai's 8 Sky's 8. Today and now it is my honor and privilege as a hereditary chief of the Wet'suwet'en Nation to introduce our next speaker. I believe that he is well known to all of you, not only in British Columbia, not only in Canada, but across the world, as a true environmental hero. We've watched him for decades on TV, talking about the importance of the plants, the animals, every species on this planet, and our responsibility as humans to stand together and do as we're doing today. He is a personal hero. I hope he is not offended, but a personal friend of mine. And I think that his experience, his knowledge, his care, his love for this planet and all humanity has been proven time and time again. With his history of actually opening the eyes of the world and knowing where we're headed to and how we could stop it is amazing to me. His family, his children, his grandchildren, his great-grandchildren prove it as well. It is all in the teachings of the people from who we learn and how we conduct ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and my privilege to present Dr. David Suzuki. Mesite David.
Thank you so much, Namox. I am honored to be a part of this this meeting. I'm speaking to you from Quadra Island on the unceded traditional territory of the Wiwaikai Nation, who've lived on and cared for these lands and waters for thousands of years, a genuine example of sustainability. Thank you so much for inviting me to be to your conference. I would have loved to be there with you in person to raft and feast and share stories, but I couldn't squeeze in your gathering and the celebration in Meziadin later this month. Thanks to Zoom, it is an honor to be able to share a few of my ideas with you. I'm humbled by the stories I've heard from you who are frontline warriors against immense forces arrayed against you. Your battle threatens the very legal, economic, and political systems of colonial Canada. And I'd like to explain why you must win when the environmental movement of which I'm a part has failed. Full disclosure, I do not speak on behalf of any group, organization, political party, or company. I speak to you as an elder on behalf of my grandchildren. Elders don't have to kiss anyone's ass to get a job, a raise, or promotion, and no longer care about fame, power, or wealth. We can speak the truth from our hearts, and if that offends people, that's their problem. I've come to see the importance of elders from the role they play among Indigenous people. You can't speak to an Indigenous activist for very long before they will say, elders tell us, or elders say, as confirmation of the validity of the points they are making. So I call on non-Indigenous elders, especially retired executives from forestry, fisheries, mining, and energy. You don't have a stake in the status quo anymore. You've made your money. Now tell us the truth. Let me begin with a thought exercise. Imagine that giant alien invaders from another galaxy come to Earth and begin a full assault to take over the planet, crushing an acre of forest every second under their footsteps, gouging huge holes in the earth in search of minerals, draining entire watersheds, dragging through the oceans for useful animals and throwing most away as bycatch, farting toxic fumes into the air and defecating poisons onto the land and into water, in the process extinguishing 20 to 40,000 species a year while killing and maiming millions of humans annually. The UN would declare a planet-wide emergency, and all nations would forget their differences and work together against a threat to their survival. Well, in fact, Earth is under attack right now. But it isn't a force from outer space. It is the sudden appearance of an alien and invasive mindset, a way of seeing the world that shapes the way that we treat that world. The tragedy is that an appropriate response to such a crisis only happens in novels or science fiction movies. The diversity of gender, ethnicity, religion, nationality, wealth, culture, and language obscures the fundamental fact that we all belong to the same species. We are animals, and all of us share the same biological needs of pure air, clean water, fertile soil, energy from the sun that is captured by photosynthesis, and food that is made up of our relatives, animals and plants, who share with us a common evolutionary history. For almost all of human history, people everywhere understood that humans are one strand in a complex web of relationships with all of the species of animals and plants, and with air, water, soil, and sunlight. That is an ecocentric way of seeing our place in this world. In a web, everything is interconnected. So any shift, change, or loss of a strand has repercussions, and so carries responsibilities to act in a good way, to ensure that the web can continue to be supportive and generous. Today, the alien force that is causing such destructive is, as I've said, a human mindset that has changed from seeing ourselves enmeshed in a web of relationships to thinking we are at the top of a pyramid. We're at the top, and everything below is ours to use. This is an anthropocentric way of seeing our place in the world, and it has profound consequences on the way that we treat that world. Many years ago, I visited a village on an Andes mountain in Peru with Wade Davis. There I learned that the children are taught that the mountain is an Apu. Apu means God in their language. And so long as that Apu casts its shadow on the village, it will determine the fate of the villagers. Wade commented, "Compare the way those kids treat that mountain when they grow up with kids in Trail, BC, who are told all their lives, those mountains are full of gold, silver, and copper." The way we see the world shapes the way we act and treat that world. Is a forest a sacred grove, or just timber and pulp? Is a river the arteries and veins of the land, or an opportunity for irrigation and power? Is soil a community of organisms, or merely dirt? Is another species our biological kin, or simply a resource? Is Earth our mother, or just a vast opportunity for wealth? I can't overemphasize that the way we see the world determines how we treat it. We have to stop the attack against the Earth that supports us, and we have to be unified to do it, because the powerful forces of destruction are entrenched in our economic and governance systems and are completely blind to the consequences on the life support systems of the planet. All over the world, indigenous people defend their territory not only for the benefits they gain from it, but out of the urgent sense of responsibility to protect Mother Earth. And I am honored to support that struggle. In 1987, the United Nations-sponsored Brundtland Commission report, Our Common Future, recognized the unique importance of indigenous people. Quote, These communities are the repositories of vast accumulations of traditional knowledge and experience that links humanity with its ancient origins. Their disappearance is a loss for the larger society, which could learn a great deal from their traditional skills in sustainably managing very complex ecological systems. It is a terrible irony that as formal development reaches more deeply into rainforests, deserts, and other isolated environments, it tends to destroy the only cultures that have proved able to thrive in these environments. End of quote. An indigenous worldview understands that the lives and well-being of people are made possible by the health and generosity of nature. An indigenous perspective understands the interconnectedness and interdependence of all species and everyone in that web that we call nature. An indigenous culture reflects on current proposals for development within the legacy from generations past and the consequences for generations to come. We desperately need the indigenous way of seeing the world to guide the way we all act towards it, because we are in an emergency. Our species has become so powerful. We are now the primary factor altering the physical, chemical, and biological properties of the planet on a geological scale. That's why scientists have designated the interval from the first atomic bomb test to the present the Anthropocene epoch, the age of humans. Yes, we have become that powerful, a geological force. But we are too ignorant to avoid undermining the very life support systems of the planet, the air, water, soil, sunlight, and biodiversity. In this geologically brief moment of less than a century, scientists think we are already transitioning from the Anthropocene to the Pyrocene, the age of fire. Every culture and society has its origin stories that tell how we got here, why we are here, and where we are heading. As a biologist, I think of humans in evolutionary terms, and today scientists provide origin stories that extend far back beyond human memory. By comparing DNAs, a genetic material, from different groups of people, it is possible to estimate how far back in time they separated from each other. And if we trace back to when we were one original group or branch, it was 150,000 years ago on the savannas of Africa. I keep waiting for the Ku Klux Klan to invite me to speak so I can tell them, we're all Africans, for God's sake. What's your problem? Try to imagine the world when we first appeared as a species. The savannas were filled with animals in abundance and variety beyond anything on the Serengeti today, while those upright, furless apes who were our ancestors were not very impressive. There weren't many of us. We weren't big, fast, strong. We didn't have very special senses. I'm sure that when we passed by, other species didn't hug their kids and say, shh, don't piss them off. They're going to take over the planet. Our special trait was hidden. A 1.5 kilogram organ buried deep in our skulls, the human brain. The brain was curious. It was observant, it was creative, and it remembered. Traits that more than compensated for our lack of physical or sensory prowess. And that brain did something no other animal has done. It invented an idea, a concept called the future. The future doesn't exist. The only thing that is real is the present and what we remember from the past. But because we invented the idea of a future, we are the only animal that recognized we can affect the future by what we do in the present. At first, it was very simple. You know, we're walking along a path and it branches. And we remember, oh yeah, Zork went right and almost got killed by a saber-toothed tiger. But Blarp went left and found edible berries. So let's go left. Foresight, the ability based on experience to look ahead, enabled us to deliberately choose a path to avoid danger and exploit opportunity, an ability that has been critical in the history of our species. Today, scientists and supercomputers enable us to look ahead as we never have before. And for over 50 years, leading scientists of the world have warned us we are heading along a very dangerous path, that there are opportunities to avoid danger by changing direction and reaping the benefits of new opportunities. Let me give you just one example of their warnings. In 1992, oh, damn it. I forgot, in anticipation of the largest gathering of heads of state in history at the Earth Summit in Rio, more than half of all Nobel Prize winners signed a document called World Scientists Warning to Humanity. It began, quote, "Human beings in the natural world are on a collision course. Human activities inflict harsh and often irreversible damage on the environment and on critical resources. If not checked, many of our current practices put at serious risk the future we wish for human society, and may so alter the living world that it will be unable to sustain life in the manner that we know. Fundamental changes are urgent." End of quote. It went on to describe the areas of collision, and then the words grew more urgent. Quote, "No more than one or a few decades remain before the chance to avert the threats we now confront will be lost, and the prospects for humanity immeasurably diminished. A great change in our stewardship of the planet and life on it is required if vast human misery is to be avoided, and our global home on this planet is not to be irretrievably mutilated." Oops, I've lost my speech. They say fundamental changes are urgent if we are to avoid the collision our present course will bring about. How the? Okay, I've got to find my speech again.
A minute or two and just comment on something that Elder Dr. David Suzuki had stated.
Thank you.
Because I think what you've stated and what you've done with your entire life has benefited knowledge to the world that every person matters, every person can do something, and everybody makes a difference for the future. He talked about knowledge. Right away, I thought about a comment I made to former Premier Christy Clark when she called us the forces of no. I told her, we agree, we are the forces of no, but spell it properly, K-N-O-W. We know what these projects will do. We know what you're trying to do to our territories, our lands, our waters, our food security, and our democracy. So thank you. We are the forces of no, and all of you are the forces of no, but spell it properly. Also, Dr. David Suzuki talked about paths. Same premier, different setting. I had the opportunity again. She talked about this path of us walking forward happily and how energy and the oil and gas industry will bring prosperity to everybody within this province. And I happen to be lucky enough to be the closing speaker. I said, I like this path that you talk about, but define it clearly for me. Is it a psychopath or a sociopath? And of course, you don't get an answer to questions like that.
Can you hear me? I've got it again.
Perfect. Good timing. I was done.
Okay. The document I am citing listed 5 urgent actions required to take place immediately. 25 years later, in 2017, World Scientist Warning to Humanity 2 was signed by more than 16,000 scientists and warned that all of the problems outlined in the first warning are worse. The ozone hole was the only exception, and new problems have emerged. So, why have we turned our backs on the very survival strategy of our species, which is to look ahead, recognize the dangers, and seek alternative opportunities? For 95% of our existence, we lived in a state of nature. We were nomadic hunter-gatherers who sought plants and animals through the seasons and on their migrations. Nature, that web of relationships, was everything. 10,000 years ago, the agricultural revolution changed the course of human history. With a reliable source of food, we could stay in place, build permanent structures, create communities. And as our numbers grew, we needed rules to live together, to engage in transactions, to govern large groups and their interactions. Systems of law, money, and governance grew up grounded in anthropocentrism, in the belief that we are different from all other life forms, and special because of our intelligence. With our superior brains, we could enslave, we say domesticate.
David, could I ask? There you are.
Oh, sorry.
You may not like looking at yourself, but we love it.
Yeah. We could domesticate other species of animals and plants to extend what we could do beyond the limitations of our own muscles and senses. By the Renaissance in Europe, only 6 or 7 centuries ago, the human brain was enshrined as the source of our prowess over nature. René Descartes intoned, cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. I say that only because I studied 4-year Latin for 4 years in high school. It didn't do me a damn bit of good, but I can at least say cogito ergo sum, thereby elevating the mind above the body. Francis Bacon proclaimed, scientia potestas est. Knowledge, that is science, scientia, is power. And this created the notion that science could drive progress. Isaac Newton discovered universal rules that governed the movement of heavenly bodies and thought the universe was like a clockwork mechanism that could be studied piece by piece and eventually fit together to provide an understanding of the whole. It's an approach called reductionism and remains the way most scientists work today. Focusing does provide profound insights into nature, information that gives us power over the object studied, but it is knowledge acquired from fragments without any understanding of how the pieces fit together and behave in the greater whole. Reductionism can't work at the most elementary level because of Heisenberg's uncertainty principle. By pinning something down to examine it, say an electron, you change it. So we don't know with absolute certainty what it really is like. When I was in school, I was taught an atom was like a solar system. It had a center of neutrons and protons that were like the sun, and electrons were like the planets whizzing around in orbit. Well, that's not at all how it is, because we can't pin an electron down like we can a planet and follow its exact path. What we see today are clouds of probability of where that electron might be at any given time. You can't construct the whole world when there is such uncertainty, even at the most basic level of matter. And Nobel Prize winner Roger Sperry pointed out that there are emergent properties that result from the combination of parts and therefore cannot be predicted from the individual properties of the parts. In other words, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Despite these fundamental problems with reductionism, we continue to believe that examining nature in bits and pieces gives us the power to manage the whole. Wildlife management is a complete hoax. Example, all across Canada, populations of caribou are in trouble. Of course they are. Caribou are born to walk over vast distances. But one species, us, has taken over the planet and is unwilling to yield the space caribou need. So herds, once numbering in the thousands or tens of thousands, are dwindling, and we are unwilling to look in the mirror at the predator behind the caribou problem. So when the herd is down to a few dozen animals, we think, caribou are disappearing. Wolves eat caribou, so let's kill wolves. This puts the blame on another animal than us and creates an illusion that we have the solution. When a plant or animal species like the Vancouver Island marmot or spotted owl is reduced to a tiny number, then we try to capture all the survivors and boost their numbers in captivity, as if an animal or plant can be preserved without its habitat. When that fails, we end up at least getting the DNA out of the dying animal or plant in the insane notion that even if the species goes extinct, we may one day recreate them over again. But the ultimate illustration of the fallacy of wildlife management is salmon, who live in the temperate rainforests of the Pacific coast of North America. That rainforest has the highest biomass, the weight of living things, of any ecosystem in the world, because there are big trees growing on it. But it rains a lot and washes nutrients out of the soil. How could such big trees grow in such nitrogen-poor soil? And you all know the answer turned out to be the salmon. Now, terrestrial nitrogen is almost exclusively nitrogen-14, but marine nitrogen has much more N15, a heavier isotope that we can measure and is an indication of a marine origin. So 5 species of Pacific salmon begin life in fresh waters cooled by the forest canopy and rich in food for the fish from that forest. After varying times, they go out to sea where the salmon grow bigger, incorporating much more nitrogen-15 in the ocean. The salmon feed a host of pinnipeds, cetaceans, and birds, and return to the streams where they were born, full of nitrogen. Fighting their way to spawning grounds, salmon feed eagles, wolves, and bears, which spread that marine nitrogen as poop and pee and fertilize the trees. That is the pulse of nitrogen those big trees need. The bears carry carcasses away from the rivers to consume the best parts of the salmon and dump the rest for fly maggots to consume. The fly larvae overwinter in the leaf litter to emerge in the spring just in time to feed birds coming from South America on the way to the nesting grounds in the Arctic. The salmon that do die and sink to the river bottom are consumed by fungus and bacteria that in turn feeds copepods and insects. So when the baby salmon emerge from the gravel, the water is filled with food coming from the carcasses of their parents. The exquisite story of salmon and the ocean, the rivers, the wildlife, the trees, and the North and South hemispheres reveals a system of wonderful interconnections. The anthropocentric mindset, like much of science, sees the world in fragments that are useful for us. So we manage the salmon, the forest, and the wildlife through different departments that act as independent entities. The salmon are managed through DFO, the commercial fishing, the tourism, the sport fishing, INAC, the indigenous. Whales, eagles, and wolves are managed by the environment minister, trees by forestry, rivers are divided between energy, agriculture, recreation, urban development, while mining is another department. It is insanity to claim to be in control of the future of fish or trees or wildlife this way. That's what your battle is all about. We know what the problem for wildlife and wilderness is. It's us. By that, I mean us as a species. We are one species as between 10 and 30 million species. The recent UN conference on biodiversity in Montreal celebrated the goal of 30 by 30. That is, protect 30% of the terrestrial area by 2030. Wait a minute. That means we, one species out of 10 to 30 million, want to claim 70% of the land? And many countries, including Canada, are suggesting that target is way too hard to achieve. Extinction is not only a natural part of evolution, it is necessary for life to evolve in a constantly changing world. 99.9999% of all species that have ever existed are now extinct. That has been over 4 billion years. There have been 5 major extinction episodes when suddenly up to 95% of species in the fossil record disappeared. Yet life has recovered in abundance and diversity, but it takes about 10 million years. The average lifespan of a plant or animal species is in millions of years. We have been around for 150,000 years, and we are accelerating the extinction of species at 1,000 to 10,000 times the natural rate. We're the dominant predator on the planet. We are the most vulnerable to the extinction that we've brought to the earth today. According to the United Nations, half of the species that existed when I was born in 1936 were wiped out over the past 40 years, and another million are on the verge of extinction. The most stunning report came from Israeli scientists this year. In nature, the total weight of any top predator is always far less than the weight of their prey. Think of polar bears, lions, and tigers. They survive because of the huge number of animals that they can eat. Today, the weight of all wild terrestrial mammals, that's bison, caribou, wildebeest, elephants, rabbits, and so on, is 22 million tons, while the weight of all humans in the world is 390 million tons. And when the weight of all domesticated land mammals, that's more than twice what we weigh, that's the pigs, the cows, the goats, the horses, and so on, is included. Human beings and our domesticates weigh 46 times as much as all wild land mammals. Finally, how can we even speak of managing anything if we don't even have an inventory of all components of what we are managing? A blueprint showing an inventory of all that we're working with, a blueprint showing how they are all connected together. We have become the most dangerous predator on the planet because we think it's all for us, and we think we are in control and can manage it all. The anthropocentric mindset underlies our legal, economic, and political systems, which are built around us. It doesn't matter that we are too ignorant to manage any aspect of nature. We have assumed the position of dominance unrestrained by responsibility. There are constraints of natural law, but through science and technology, we think that we have escaped the limits of our biology. We've got telescopes, microscopes, vehicles, machines, scuba, space labs, AI. Try holding your breath for 5 minutes. Go without water for 4 days. Give up food for a week. Your body will tell you that we are utterly dependent on pure air, clean water, rich soil, and photosynthetic energy and biodiversity for our survival and well-being. We must protect and nurture the foundation of our lives and well-being. Other things, laws, the economy, capitalism, currency, markets, corporations, governments, these are not forces of nature. We created them. We can't change the laws of nature, but we can modify, eliminate, or transform our creations to fit within nature's needs. We can't go on thinking incremental steps will keep us out of trouble. You know, a change in the law here, a tax there, a support here, a park there. We need transformational change of our entire legal, economic, and political systems to an ecocentric way. That's what your battle is about. And that's why all of the forces of society today are thrown against you. And that's why environmentalists like me have failed in making that transformation. And we join you now in your battle. And we must win this one. I'm sorry, I really have gone over time, and I'll knock out the rest of my speech. Thank you for the opportunity of sharing a few ideas with you.
Believe me, don't worry about time. We love listening to you, and you inspire us, you keep us going, you keep us together. When we have facts, science, indigenous knowledge working together, we know we can make a difference, and we so appreciate you making the time and always being there for us, with us, and knowing what the future will look like if we work together properly. Mesai Kyo, David.
Thank you.
If I could now, could I call on Denise Was to bless our food? We will have a lunch break. There is so much information that has come to you in the last couple of days, and listening to Dr. David Suzuki really helps tie together everything you've heard. If you watched him, as most of us have for most of our lives, you'll know that he sent this message for decades, and government and industry would not listen. Thank you.
Masai Nemox. I used to watch Dr. David Suzuki on Nature of Things when I was a kid. and always enjoyed his programming there. Just gonna do a quick prayer for the food that we're gonna eat, and to get our body nourished. And say it in our language, so our ancestors are with us. Udakay, kai chin so no in le, len no sin le. Di ka hanek, tadit chiu, but like is that no chi la no any no zedel. At tas ne det la oh ni so no are det no le are ni. So ni jo that. All my relations.
Welcome back from lunch. Thank you all for staying tuned online, and thank everybody in the room for sharing a meal with us and enjoying the meal and having those wonderful conversations. We're going to move on in the agenda, but first I would like to call up three beautiful ladies to sing us a song. And I will hand the mic over to Slado.
Hadi, Denise, Takaise, Skyse, Slado, Sydney. We're going to just share a song with you today. We thought just to ground us all in the panels this afternoon. A couple of us are going to be on the panels, and one thing that we always like to do is just share a song and get grounded in this space and get grounded with each other. And so we'd like to share a Gidim Den song, Gidim Den Kes Ken. And the words to this song say that I'm very, very poor and I'm going to the rich village. And it's about how our people would travel from the territories in the wintertime and come and meet up with all of the family and replenish their stocks and replenish their fish and do all of their business and their feasting in the fishing villages. And so we'd like to share this with you today. Sorry. This is my sister, Jennifer, and our little sister, Shaylin.
just when I think I can't be wowed anymore, stuff like that happens. Thank you guys so much. Warms my heart. So moving on, we've got a panel of youth here, and these are youth fighting for their future. First, I would ask that you just introduce yourself, who you are and where you're from, and then we'll move on from there. So just introduce yourself, who you are, where you're from, and then we'll carry on. Let's start with Cedar. Oh, well, yeah. Shaylin, the Gitxsan woman. She made sure I knew that. She's a Gitxsan. She is. Shaylin.
My name is Shaylin Sampson. I come from the Gitxsan Nation, from Wilpsburg, and the Lachgibu, which is the Wolf Clan. My father is Richard Sampson from Gitmax. My grandmother was the late Aspayuach, Patricia Sampson, and my grandfather was the late Chaim Adam, Abel Sampson, and my mother is Lynn Wilson, and my grandfather is Chief Woe, Wilfred Wilson, and my grandmother is Nancy Wilson. And I grew up in Hegelget.
Violet Gattensby.
Hello, my name is Violet Gattensby. I'm from Carcross, Yukon, originally known as Caribou Crossing. That's where the caribou used to cross. I come from a big family. I have 8 sisters and 4 brothers, and my parents are Harold Gattensby and Colleen James.
Cedar.
Yeah. Skalus teach star to Slayota. Skalus teach star to Thlayla. HCM. Speeby Dot Pachiaki. My name is Cedar George Parker. I'm from the Tsleil-Waututh Nation, Tulalip tribe. I'm Yaqui Apache, and I'm proud. I'm very, 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 very proud, and I'm proud to be here. I want to thank the people of the land here. I want to raise my hands up for the good food taking care of us. I want to raise my hand to everybody here, all the organizers, and just acknowledge that I'm very thankful. Right, hike following. I have a good feeling in my heart, and I'm gonna let my people know back home about what happened here. Thank you.
Majan Man from Aid.
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Majan Man. I am here on behalf of Khalsa Aid today. I come from Vancouver, and my parents have migrated from Punjab, India, many, many years ago. So I'd like to thank all of you for allowing me to step into your territory and land to speak here and be a part of your culture today.
Thank you. Maybe we'll start with Shaylin. If you could just explain what brought you here and any other messages that you would like us to hear.
Yeah, I think maybe I'll just start in where I began organizing. I grew up in Hegelget, and then I went to school in Victoria on the Kwanghan territory. While I was there, I got really involved in student organizing, and eventually was part of the organizing team that was at the legislature at the occupation of the legislature in 2020, in solidarity with the Wet'suwet'en after they had experienced their second raid. And so there were indigenous youth from over 40 different nations that were on the steps of the legislature throughout the time. It was a 17-day cumulative occupation. And I feel like it was really, really amazing to see so many indigenous youth coming out from all over. I remember at the time it was commonly said that a win for the Wet'suwet'en is a win for us all. There were so many people coming over and recognizing that the violation of human rights that was happening on Wet'suwet'en territory was going to impact all of us. And the way that the government and industry was pushing through this project had real possibility to continue happening on any of our territories. Especially for me as a young Gitxsan person, it felt incredibly important to be there and uphold this ancient alliance that has existed between the Gitxsan and Wet'suwet'en since before colonization. I was one of 5 Indigenous youth that were arrested at the legislature in March of 2020 in solidarity. After that, I decided that I was going to move home for the summer, and I was going to go and stay on the Yinta at the Gidimt'en checkpoint. I was actually only supposed to be there for about a week, and that was about 3.5 years ago now. So I've been living on the front lines, or between here and Smithers and the front line at 44, which is the Gidimt'en checkpoint that was established in 2019 or in 2018 before the first raids. I've been living there for the last 3.5 years. And yeah, there's been a lot that's happened on the territory in that time. I feel like I've been able to grow a lot as a person and understand my politics a lot more, and connect with a lot of people from a lot of different political backgrounds that I think has strengthened my point of view and really empowered me as a young Indigenous person. I've been really, really honored the last few years to be mentored by Slato and to live on her territory and live with her and her family. And I think that there's a lot of young Indigenous people that are seeing this route of grassroots, frontline direct action as a really viable way of getting the attention of the government, of industry and funders, and pushing back and recognizing that when Indigenous people say no on their territory, it means no. In 2020, we saw nations from all over Canada, from all around the world, standing in solidarity in a way that really scared the Canadian state, that really hit them where it hurts in their wallets. And this moment of connection between these nations from all over, we're stronger together, and the Canadian state knows that, and it's a real threat to them. So I think that being involved in that and then being able to come back to the territory and be on the territory of my family was really, really empowering. And you know, the Gitxsan and Wet'suwet'en, we have this ancient alliance, and our feasting system is so similar that I got to learn a lot more about my culture and my history. I lived at 44, which is at Tselkaikwa, which is Lamprey Creek, where the Gitxsan used to come to Wet'suwet'en territory and harvest lamprey eels and eat them together. And so it seemed like a really significant place for me to be able to be grounded the last few years. I was at Coyote Camp, which was a blockade established at the drill pad site in September of 2021. And it was a 56-day occupation of that site, and eventually a full closure of the road to the Yinta, where the Coastal GasLink pipeline is being constructed. And it was just like this amazing moment of power that I felt to be on that territory and to be able to be free of industry, free of police harassment. I spent the last 3.5 years being harassed and followed and arrested and taken by the police. And so it feels like really major to have been there during that time when we were just free of all of that. And there was like 5 days where the police just couldn't get in at all to the entire territory. And it was really amazing to be a part of. The raid that happened in November of 2020, there were, I think, 20 arrests that happened in those, or 30 arrests that happened in about 2 days on the territory. 32 arrests that happened on the territory over 2 days, in addition to the 2 raids that had already happened prior to that. And I was one of those people arrested at Coyote Camp in the tiny house with Slato. So coming out of that, I've had a lot of experience just dealing with police repression, state repression. I'm aware of like the tactics that they're using to drive people apart. I think that there's a lot of work that's being done by settlers that also come and support our nations. And those divides are also being made bigger by media propaganda, cop propaganda. And I think that we need to recognize that sticking together through these times of hardship and being dedicated to direct action in ways that is like going to be effective against industry, against the police, and against the state need to be upheld and recognized. I see a lot of young people that are coming to the table and recognizing that from the get-go now. And I feel really lucky to be coming up in a generation of youth that are willing to take those risks even further. That's built on what our ancestors and our elders have done for us. Like, I think there's a step that we're willing to take as young people now that's more direct and standing up directly to the violence that the state is putting on us. Anyway, I feel like I've been talking for a while, so I'll hand it off, but thanks.
Next, we'd like to hear from Violet.
So Carcross, Yukon, Caribou Crossing, I'm going to tell you a bit about what my grandmother told me about the area and the history of it. So Carcross, Yukon was originally known as Caribou Crossing. It was changed by the bishop in the residential school because he was receiving mail for Caribou Crossing, BC, and he no longer wanted mail getting mixed up. So he took it upon himself to change it to Carcross, Yukon. So I'm originally from Caribou Crossing, and there used to be so many caribous that went through that it looked like ant hills. Those are only in our stories. We don't get caribou numbers like that anymore. Our people have taken it upon ourselves to reduce eating caribou and hunting them for years. And at this point, my generation, we don't have knowledge on hunting anymore. Not caribou. We wouldn't know where to find them. We wouldn't know what to do, any of that. And there's also stories of my grandma when she was a young child. She would sail to Marsh Lake. So Marsh Lake is the southern lakes in the Yukon, and it's 3,000 kilometers inland from the ocean. And those salmon travel 3,000 kilometers to Marsh Lake. And when they hit Marsh Lake, the wind blows differently. And when that wind blows differently, my grandma said they knew to sail over to where the fish were. That's how they knew they were coming in. So when they would sail there, they would sing, eat ha, when they paddled on the water there. They would sing the salmon into them. And so those are only stories. Last year we had a count of 13 salmon that made it over the dam. I don't have any knowledge of salmon. I have to go to other villages and other nations to trade for salmon, trade for caribou. My people do. The only thing we have left of salmon and caribou is in our stories. So I'm here today to listen and learn, to see what I can do, to hopefully call them back. Because in the year's time that I've told you guys this story, I said, or last time I was down here, I told you this story. And since then, I'd like to say that my mother has pulled out a salmon out of her net. It hasn't happened in 60 years, and she pulled a salmon out of her net. And she wanted me to come down here and tell you guys that story. So that's why I'm here.
Thank you, Violet. Let's go to Majan Man.
And I actually would, before I get into why I'm here to speak up here, I would like to thank all of you. I've been hearing a lot of thank yous coming my way, our way, as the guest, but thank you for letting us be a part of this event, being a part of your sacred culture, being able to experience it firsthand, and being able to experience how giving Indigenous people and culture are truly. I think I was reading one day on the web what someone says to you will not stick, but how someone makes you feel will remain for a very, very long time. And I think the gratitude and love and humility I felt from the Indigenous people has been beyond what I ever imagined and expected. So thank you. And so before I get on to what I'd like to say, I would like to disclaim that the views I share here today are my own and do not represent any of the affiliates or organizations that I work with. My name is Majin. I volunteer with Khalsa Aid Canada which is an international NGO that Bal spoke to yesterday, where we provide humanitarian and disaster relief support to victims of natural and man-made disasters. I joined Khalsa Aid after finishing university and trying to find what initiatives I could be a part of to give back to the community. Giving back is a concept that is very sacred in Sikhi, something we hold very deeply and are guided by our gurus. In Sikhi, our holy guru, we hold utmost respect for nature and all its beings, and how we all must be one and together with everything around us. I would like to pull up a specific hymn from Gurbani. Pavan Guru, Pani Pita, Mata Tat Mahat. Air is our Guru, water is our father, and earth is the great mother of all. And so a lot of the conversations I've been hearing the past few days, it's very enlightening, but it also hits very close to home. And as it all sounds very similar. I think yesterday I was hearing, we need to understand the relationship between us and nature and how we must not just take, we must also give back. And so at Khalsa Aid, we look to give back. We look to give back to the communities we come from. We look to give back to those in need. As part of my transition to Vancouver and doing Seva here, our team took on various projects to support homeless and provide support to international students through temporary accommodations, food pack, as well as educating the international youth on their rights that they have within the colonial law, at least. I was asked to speak to some of the struggles that our community, the Punjabi community, has faced. And before I speak to the struggles, I'd like to sort of first go back to why they exist in the first place. And the reasons my parents migrated 25 plus years ago, and the reasons why international students continue to migrate to North America is because somewhere we've given up. We've given up on our fight. We've given up on if there's someone listening. We've given up on if there's hope and our voices are being heard. And speaking to some of the struggles of the Punjabi and Sikh community, trying to intertwine our culture with the culture here, trying to build a connection with the community, not having the parental connections, but because our parents are busy working 12 hours a day to give back to us, lacking the guidance in terms of education, where we need to be educated to know what our rights are. And this ties into, I think, very closely to what the Indigenous community has felt and has been put into, whether it be through residential schools, erasing your identity, erasing your cultural belongings, where you come from. And I think when communities go through this sense of cultural syncretization, what happens is you lose your sense of identity when you're trying to pull too many strings or hold on to too many strings. And that leads to not knowing, not having a sense of self. And that ties into very, very closely being the feeling of being lost, the feeling of not knowing where you come from, and then tying that into emotional vulnerability, mental health, mental illnesses, and eventually drug abuse and overuse. And I think what I've learned is that two things that is important for the youth going forward, and that I see very strongly here from our speakers and those in the audience. One is to hold strong to your values. That does not come easy, especially given how influential social media is today and what is being put out there. And so look internally to yourself to look for that strength, to hold to your values, to hold to your culture, regardless of what is happening around you. And 2, the importance of education, being well educated, learning from your ancestors, learning from your chiefs, learning from others around you, the history, the tactics, the play that Kai presented yesterday, what's been done, and how it's continued to being used and deployed today. Learning from their law, their system, where they are not operating within their law. And so I think the way I'd like to tie it back today is back to the basics of Saki and Khalsa Aid. Being one, recognizing all of us as one with each other, with nature, and together protecting our air, water, and earth. Thank you.
Thank you. Cedar George.
I'm here for the good food. I was low-key thinking, like, why am I here? And so I can't say that without a little bit of history of my family. So the farthest back we hit, the Spaniards down in Mexico. The Spaniards came, and they went right through with their armor. We never seen a horse, but we're the first ones to see horses. And I was like, what the hell? And they're wearing this armor? What the heck? It was like aliens. Like, if we saw aliens come here, how are we going to fight these aliens? We fought them, and, you know, I'm happy to say there's hundreds of thousands of native speakers that speak our language. You know, we persevered. And so the Spaniards came through and, you know, killed, raped, and put churches on top of our temples. They put churches on top of our pyramids. And so what happened is they got to my village, and the uncles came and said, hell no, and they snuck in, you know. We could be a little sneaky. And so we went right in there and killed them. We killed the officers, but then okay, it's time to migrate. You know, we followed the eagle and the snake on a cactus down here. Maybe it's time to go back up. So we went back up, and we stopped around present-day Texas. In our Apache. And so, you know, it's a story of crazy stuff. There's a lot of love in this story. A lot of love, and that's what it comes down to. It comes down to that. And you know, so we stopped there, and we started to have the babies with each other, right? It was beautiful. You know, they took us in. And so by the time the Spaniards came up there, the horses migrated faster. So we mastered the horses better than the white man. And so we were able to, the horses came from Mexico and migrated north. And by the time they got to Apache territory, we were able to ride the horses. But we knew the land too, and so we're able to fight them off. And so on our Apache side, we fought the Spaniards, we fought the U.S., the Texas, the Mexicans, and the French. And we're still here. You know, we're still here fighting. And then the Yaqui territory was over there, and so they decided to have more babies. And, you know, it's a love story, too. And then so, you know, let's skip a few generations later down to Tulalip, Washington, where my mother is from. And they had a policy to get Indians from the reservation into the cities to learn to be assimilated or either get educated with the white man. But it backfired because the Indians just found each other. The Native Americans found each other. And guess what? What do you think happened here? My grandpa came down to modern-day Texas. Before it was Mexico. Before that, it's still Apache territory and always will be. And then they came down there, and my grandma pulled over in her car and said, "Who's this good-looking guy?" And then pulled over and said, "Get in." And my grandpa started walking to get in the car, and she just goes off and just like leaves them there. But then they met, and they got yeah. Then they met later, but then guess what? Guess what they did? They had babies. and then they came back up to Washington. And then my mother, you know, my mom, then they had my mom, right? And then my mom decided she needed to go up to Vancouver. She needed to get out. And my mom and dad met at a really spiritual spot. They met at the club. And guess what they did? Guess what happened? They had me. They had babies. And you know what, though? We all came together. We always came together. They all came together to keep on, to keep this history alive. There's nothing really special about me and the work that I do. I'm doing the same thing that my ancestors did, and I'm not going to be the last generation to stop. You know why am I here? Also is there's always hard times. There's always hard times, but our culture and our spirituality got us through it. Our system of working got us through it. Our system of education and how we raise the children in the longhouse or in the fire ceremonies. We have fire ceremonies in Mexico, and little fires, sometimes big, and flowers, with a lot of flowers, a lot of copal. Very, very smells really good. And so yeah, I ended up, I remember growing up in the longhouse, and no matter how much we were in poverty, even if we had food stamps, my parents would always give it all to the longhouse. We had those cheap cheeses, and then we had flour. We were able to get flour, milk, and cheese, and then we were able to share that with the longhouse. But it was our system and our system of working when it comes to economy that we knew that we take care of each other. We know we're going to be taken care of, and we do that for the babies, not just the animal, not just the human babies, but the grass. The elders say, "I want to speak." Not to the people, but I want the grass to hear me again. I want the trees to hear me. I want my children, and it's going to come back, and it's coming back where we go to the mountains and we sit with a plant until it speaks to us. And that's what we call Haikshkwalowin. And that's why we fight, and we implement that Haikshkwalowin, that good feeling of the mind and heart, and we implement that into our children, and that's our education system in the Longhouse. That's our education system. That's what we do. And even when we go through hard things, we know we have a place to let go and add. I've seen the bad stuff. Yeah, I went to a little bit of business school. I started, right? I didn't even mean to be funny. And I saw the bad stuff, went to business school, and I learned about subsidies. And, it sucks being back home. I was in a lower income neighborhood on the res north of Seattle in the ghetto. And, I was in a mass shooting. And I was a survivor. My friends and family got shot in the head. And they only had they have subsidies, $34 billion. They have trillions of dollars of subsidies in the world that goes towards the oil and gas industry, our coal, our mining, our glyphosate. Trillions of dollars worldwide, but they can't even afford to take care of these kids who went through trauma and PTSD, and they end up killing each other. Gang violence went up, suicide went up, overdoses went up. My community, the average age of life expectancy was 40. In Canada, it's 82. In the United States, it's 79. Mine went to 40 because the young were bringing it down so much. It happened every month. I pick and choose funerals. And so I got mad because of the subsidies. And then the PTSD, can't sleep. Sometimes I don't sleep for 2 days because I can't. And then I have my people on the downtown east side. So why I'm here is more than just the environment, right? I'm at the intersection of what colonization did to our people. I'm at the intersection. How are we going to educate the youth? How are we going to implement our teachings into the education system around us, right? And so that's part of the reason I'm here. And you know what? I'm able to get through this, and I'm happy. My grandma got mentally, physically, spiritually, sexually abused in residential school. And she said, I'm happy. She said, I'm happy. I see what she does in the Longhouse. I see the tears go. I know what it's like to see your friends like that, the people you love, the land I love. I was born into this world with my land dead. I'm the first generation can't live off my land, seeing my people die. But the youth are worth it. I'm really shy. People don't think that, but this is why this is why I'm not shy. They say, if this temporary body can help make a future for tomorrow, I'll gladly give it. And that's where the hope is. And hopefully that's why I'm here. They can't speak up for themselves, those little ones right here. They can barely talk. They can barely talk right now. But I hold them by the water, and we sing to them in the belly. We sing to them in the belly. We sing songs in the belly. While the babies are in the belly, we sing songs, and we have the Father touch the belly. And we sing the songs. And then when the baby comes into this world, we sing the songs. And then when they get older, they get their own song sometimes, if they behave. And we teach them. Sometimes we have to, and they walk us through the bush. They walk us through the bush, and they teach us they touch the moss. They say, you touch the moss and you sit there and you connect to it. You touch the moss, and then you touch the cedar, and then you go touch the water. Then you go dunk yourself in the water, and then you tell yourself where you're from. And then so they say, know where you come from and educate yourself and read and then we also have to be kind of successful in this world too. And they say, read 10 pages, learn about the Western world and their policies, you know. And hopefully I can get into this later. I'm going to talk about the education system and where it came from. The education, Western education was simply made to make sure that you guys are good workers, that you listen to your managers, that you listen to the industrial people. At the time of the Industrial Revolution, they are making sure that you can obey. And our education system is not that. It was born in the longhouse. You know, it's the elders. You know, when the first day of elementary school is traumatizing. I was around people who don't love me, who are making me the same. Making you the same to obey, to be a good line worker. Everybody works and learns the same because you're a line worker. We're creating things. We're no longer in the homes. It was traumatizing. And so hopefully I'll be able to get into that and into the solutions, implementing those solutions into our society. Our system of working should be in the education system, and we need reform. And I want everybody to imagine here, everything you went through this weekend, imagine if you learned this growing up. You know, that would be pretty cool, right? Being on the rafts at a young age, you know, being the potlatch or any ceremony, that would be really cool. And so we do this from, out of love. We do this out of love, you know, and where the hope really is I'm not gonna look for it. It's in the education of our next generation. Because right now is going to be the biggest transfer of wealth in history. And I'm talking economically. If we start teaching our children right now what to do with the money, where to invest it, but most of all, it's being Smanoth. And what Smanoth means is very important. It's really, really important, and it's something that we bring the children to the water. We bring them to the water. We bring them to the bay, Dakhlela, people of the inlet. We bring them to that bay, usually where Cherry Point is in the middle, so you can see the mountains and you can see the bay right there, or you can see the sunset. It's pretty cool. You know, we try to make it majestic. We want them to remember. And what we tell them impacts them for the rest of their life, and it's Manath means rich but willing to share. Not just monetary value, but richness of the mind, heart, and teachings. And you heal yourself to become medicine for the people and shine a light so bright it can't be ignored. So you won't even try to heal your people, the land, the water. You won't even try. The young will see it, the people will see it and want to emulate it. And they want to emulate it, right? They'll want to go up and dance. And so, yeah. Also, the food was good here. Thank you.
I just want to give each of you the opportunity for some closing comments. Closing for this panel. Don't worry, we're not closing. But for this panel, Shay, do you have any closing words? Anything you'd like to leave us with, a message?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'd really like to say that I'm just thankful that I was asked to be on this panel. And for the generosity of the Gidam Den the last 3.5 years of living on their territory, and for everything I've been able to learn. Yeah, like I said, I feel like this generation of youth are so ready for radical action in a way that I think is really important and necessary for where we are at in the climate crisis. I think that direct action is like a really strong route. And I think that there's a lot of avenues that need to be taken given the place that we are within the society. I think there's a lot of pressure that needs to be put financially on industry, on the government, a lot of political pressure that needs to be put on both. And then I think that there's a lot of grassroots pressure that needs to continue to happen. I think that Wet'suwet'en territory has been such a beautiful place for that within this movement over the last decade. But there's a lot of other places popping up too, like 1492 Landback Lane, Fairy Creek. There's a lot of different front lines that I feel like have been really taking matters into their own hands in a way that I think is just so incredible, that inspires other places to do the same. There's also the Tiny House Warriors down south, and I think that abolition movement is really tied into this as well, the way that the cops are treating our people. They're coming into our territory, they're denying our charter rights as Indigenous people, they're removing Wet'suwet'en women from Wet'suwet'en territory and our allies, and I think that it's like really egregious that that's happening, and internationally we need to be calling attention to that. You know, there's a lot of other radical actions that are happening. People are targeting CEOs of banks like RBC in a way that they deserve to be targeted. Someone really high up in RBC had a car torched in Montreal earlier this year. I don't see that as violence. I see that as what is necessary in fighting the climate crisis. What is violence is ripping Indigenous women off Indigenous territory. What is violent is being pepper sprayed in my own driveway, being transported off my land to 5 different jail cells over 4 days, and then being put into the colonial court system for years and years. Just this fall will be the start of our trials for the Coyote Camp arrests. And by the end of it, it'll be over 2 years since those arrests happened. In March, I'll have trial for being pepper sprayed last summer on the Yinta, for going to check on Slato's family. So, in a place where I was living, when I was living on the territory. So, you know, there's all these different forms of violence. The drilling underneath the Wadzinkwa, that's violence. That's violence to our people, to our territory, to all the salmon, for everyone downstream. And so I think it's really important to recognize the way that media and the state is trying to draw divides even deeper within our communities, within the Umpqua, the white people that live in our communities that are on our side. This year in particular, there's been a lot of targeting of anarchists within Gitxsan and Wet'suwet'en territory in a way that's trying to draw a divide between them that I think is really important to name. I think that anarchism and the people that uphold that political belief and Indigenous people, grassroots frontline people, have a lot in common. And this partnership or supporting one another is a really big threat to the Canadian state, because the basis of Indigenous governance and upholding our sovereignty is directly against the power of the Canadian state. And that is already scary for them. And then to bring in partnership with outside groups, with Umpqua, I think is really threatening. And it's in a position that in the past, with our elders that have been fighting for this, they haven't had the support of the Umpqua for a long time. And so now we're in these positions where we have these allies, we have all these people in this room that are willing to put in the work, to put in the money, to put in the time to support Indigenous people. And I think that's something that we need to keep building. We need to keep strengthening over time. There's also this narrative of the outside agitator that's been being used the last 6 months specifically here. But this narrative isn't a new narrative. It dates back to the beginning of colonialism in North America and slavery in the U.S. This narrative of the outside agitator specifically is used to undermine the real concerns of marginalized people. And so I think I just want to draw attention to those things and really recognize that we're stronger together. Unity, the point of this gathering, is coming together and recognizing that we all have strength with one another. We're stronger together when we fight these fights. And Indigenous youth are here for that. You know, I can see it in many ways. During the legislature occupation and shut down Canada in 2020, I heard a lot of people say the words that reconciliation is dead. And I remember a lot of Indigenous youth reflecting on that and thinking about, I don't know how Canada is going to bounce back from Indigenous youth all over the country saying that reconciliation is dead, that all these pacifist things that they've been doing in the past, all this money they throw at us, it won't work anymore. You know, we're we're young Indigenous people and we care about our territory. Like Cedar said, there's people that don't have territory they can live off anymore. We're so blessed as Gitxsan and Wet'suwet'en people to have this pristine river that still has salmon in it. And at the headwaters, we can still drink from it. We had our allies, the Haudenosaunee from out east, come, and they can't eat the salmon from the river, and they can't drink the water. They can barely swim in it. And so recognizing we're still in this place that's so beautiful and so pristine, and we still have animals to hunt and salmon to eat, it's something that we really have to fight for. And when other people are fighting for the same thing, we have to stand in solidarity. And that doesn't just look like hanging banners or having marches. It looks like reoccupying our own territory, and encouraging other people to do it and support it when they do. You know, the Gitxsan, Colin and Denzel from the Gitluch I'm met with, they set up a blockade on their territory to stop logging. And it's been amazing to see their family doing that work, and seeing the support that the community is giving them as well. And then we see places out east fighting different battles that are all connected because it's all under the fight of colonialism. Out in Winnipeg, I just had a chance to stop in at the Brady landfill blockade completely by accident. I was just driving past it and got to stop in. But these are people that are fighting for their government to just search landfills for their missing and murdered Indigenous women that they know are in there. And the government isn't willing to give the money for it. And so I think that it's also connected, the fight against poverty, the war on drugs and homelessness, and us fighting for our territory. Having a chance to go to the territory and heal is so integral to Indigenous young people. You know, I was only 20 years old when I first went to camp, and I've healed so much in that time. I've learned so much by being on the territory, and I've had to face a lot of police harassment, and I've faced intense burnout and mental health struggles, but it's still something that I would choose every time because I know I'm fighting for my future. I know I'm fighting for the future of my brother's children, for Slato's children, for all the children that I love in my life. I want them to be able to go there. I want them to put their feet in Wadzin bin and to drink the water from there. And you know, I've heard Frida Hewson Halkat talk about not wanting to describe what salmon tastes like to her grandchildren, you know, being able to, for them to know. And it's similar on Wet'suwet'en territory. The caribou migration has almost completely died out on the Yinta because of industry, because of Alcan, and they don't get to know the taste of caribou anymore. And I think that, you know, all of the things that I've had to endure have been worth it in order to protect this territory, and I'll continue to do it. And I really, really encourage any Indigenous youth that are interested in doing stuff like this to just, you know, get involved, learn things about your culture, come to camp. I don't know.
Thank you, Shaylin. We've got about 10 minutes left, but I'd like to hear from Violet. Any closing words?
I'm just so grateful to be here. Throughout my years, growing up on the land was a very normal thing for me. We were so far away and isolated, me and my family, my 12 siblings and my mom and dad. And although technically we were below the poverty line, it never ever felt that way. Never did it feel that way. We went hunting, we went fishing, we went berry picking, and that was normal for me until I was a teenager. And you know, life comes into play. You want to go out and learn new things and all these things. And I left to go learn artwork. And artwork is my passion. That's where my heart is. But the more I got into my artwork, the deeper rooted I felt. I felt more confident. And I want to share that with other youth. I want to share that with my friends, and I want to share that with my nieces and nephews. And I want my mom and dad to know that when they're gone from this world, that we have the heart to keep going. And so I'm here to listen and learn from you guys. You guys are the ones who've been fighting. You guys are the ones who've gone through and experienced stuff that I would like to take home and share with my people. So thank you.
Imagine.
Thank you for having me here, having me on this panel, learning from your strength, learning from your ways of how you have tackled all the different problems that have come your way, mentally, physically, emotionally. And I hope we can continue to build on our allyship, continue to support, to give back to each other, to give back to the community, to give back to the earth, to give back to Mother Earth that we all come from. Thank you.
Cedar.
Yeah, first, thanks Kai for bringing up the Yaqui stuff. Yeah, I really appreciate it. And it made me think about those are my people, my friends and family. I hear about it. I'm going back down there January for a festival. Well, celebration, ceremony festival, you know. We all come together, just have fun. And yeah, you know, just to put it out there, I really think there's strength and unity across the borders, right? From Mexico all the way up here, we're all going through the same thing. And my best friend, you know, came to Canada. You know, she was fighting mining companies. Guess where they're from? Guess where they're based from? Canada, Vancouver. And so her and her family ran away, right? Because they're killing people, right? And you know I have family close to me have been killed by industry or fighting the military, and that's normal. And you just they you know, they say it's for the youngins. You know, that's the only thing you put in your head. It's okay to move forward, and it does suck, right? And but yeah, you know, I really believe in bringing the condor and the eagle together will really create a new future. You know, the prophecies say that the world are going to start to look towards Native people, right? For the movement going forward, for leadership. And yeah, I just wanted to end off with the education system. We're going to continue fighting because of the education system. They're going to keep on producing these workers, right, that will invest their time into the economic growth of the current world today, which is usually based from resource extraction. And with that comes oppression and genocide, either it be on the salmon or humans or the natural environment. And so yeah, we really need to, I really believe it'd be awesome if we implement our system on our territories, if we start to implement our system of working, education, economy, native law, big one right there, big facts, big ones. How we look at the world, how we look at others, and how we look at ourselves. And we need to implement all this into but look, it'd be cool. I can see a bright future if we start to implement all of this into our education system, to raise our children from a young age, because as we know, you know, we've all been in a relationship where we love somebody 6 months and they're still not nice. And you know, but you give a child one moment filled with love, you change their life forever. And so anybody out there who wants to talk to me about education, let me know. I've worked with many different universities, elementary school, high schools, to talk about our education system, about our law, you know, teach the children on what land they're on. So if anybody out there wants to talk about education, let me know. And I also work with foster children. You know, from many nations are there, right? And their parents are usually not native. And so they come in and we take care of them, right? We take care of them, and so we do programming with them. So if anybody out there, I do the environmental stuff and education, children work and stuff. And so if anybody out there wants to talk about that intersection, I'm here, and I'd love to talk, because I'm sure with the many other people here, this is kind of healing too. You know, maybe we're down bad, I'll tell you that. But we do this work and we start to get healed. You know, brings us to the land, and I'm starting to do food sovereignty, and you know, I'm just being a good native, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, why not? I'm scared of my grandma, so I got to. But yeah, it's all these stories. I think we're stronger. You know, by ourselves, we're strong people. I really believe by yourselves we're stronger people. But I'm here, and I believe together we're stronger. We're very strong people, you know, and I believe together we're even stronger, though, you know. So yeah, I'd like to end with that and say Haichka, you know, Haichkalowin. And I'm really appreciative for the Snowayat, the teachings of the land here, and it feels real good. You know, it feels real, real good. And so, Haitech, Haichka, thank you.
I think we're in good hands. I think, thank you. Yeah, your hands. Go wash them. But, you know, there's so many other youth out I look around and I see youth. We could have had you all up here and listened to your hopes and what you'd like to see in the future and how you see us moving forward. But we've chosen these four amazing youth, and thank you very much. We're going to take a quick wellness break, and we're going to come back with another presentation from Zoom. Welcome back. Moving on through the agenda, I would like to introduce my very good friend, Christy Jameson. Christy Jameson is with Southeast Alaska Indigenous Transboundary Commission, and I will hand it over to Christy to introduce herself and send us a message.
Gunas Chish, Hawa, thank you, Wet'suwin. And for as long as the sun shall shine, for as long as the grass shall grow, let us know peace. My ancestral name is Duskawa. My English name is Christy Jameson. I was named after my great-grandmother, Susie Kwok, who was Taltan from Telegraph Creek. I am Tlingit and Taltan. My mother, Moretta Mae Thomas, was Tlingit. I am Raven Frog. I belong to the Kashuti clan. I am the Shatquan people from the Shatin River, which is the Stikine River. Wrangell is located at the mouth of the Grand Stikine River, where I was born and raised, and I live presently there today. I am the great-granddaughter of the last proclaimed Chief Shakes Charlie Jones. He was the last chief, the seventh, from 1940 to 1944. I am living proof that the border is meaningless, and we are all related and tied to the lands and the waters. We depend on the Stikine River for food, the water, the land, and trees. We hunt deer, we hunt moose, we fish for salmon, trout. The Southeast Alaska Indigenous Transboundary Commission collaborates with 15 federally recognized tribes. These tribes are the following. I will name them. They're all located in Southeast Alaska. Yakutat Tlingit Tribe, Central Council Tlingit and Haida Indian Tribes of Alaska, Douglas Indian Association, Organized Village of Cake, Ketchikan Indian Community, Petersburg Indian Association, Heidelberg Cooperative Association, Craig Tribal Association, Organized Village of Kasan, Klawak Cooperative Association, Wrangell Cooperative Association, which I'm a tribal member of, Metlakatla Indian Community, Sitka Tribe of Alaska, Chilkat Indian Village, and the Organized Village of Saxman. We invite all of you to visit our communities. We'd love to have you. Help us give us back to the lands and the waters that nurture us. Get to know the life-giving salmon, rivers that have sustained us for eons. Our rivers are now separated by the political border and critically threatened by rapid and expanding mining development occurring in the headwaters. We must continue to engage with these waters as our ancestors have done, steward them from headwaters to saltwater, to ensure that our children's children can also enjoy the deep relationship and nourish them they provide. We will not give up defending them for our children's children. Nothing in nature respects the international border. Nothing. Salmon knows no boundaries. We know these rivers and all they provide for our living beings. We depend on these rivers, and they cannot be divided and then expected to thrive. The border has been used to divide our people who know how to tread lightly on the land to venerate the creation we have been given. We know how industry benefits from keeping us divided. We and you know why industry works so hard at this, to keep us divided. But there is much more of what unites us. The salmon that share these waters and our persistence, our cultures and history, our presence on the land. They have tried removing us from the land for hundreds and hundreds of years and have failed because they do not understand that we are one with the land and the water. What happens in all of our watersheds affects each one of us. The border limits our ability to steward these watersheds in their entirety, from headwaters to saltwater, as our ancestors have done since time immemorial. They left us these living rivers, and it is now our responsibility to ensure they remain for the next generations. Same as you, we are fighting for our land, our water, and our salmon. Undivided, and together we are stronger. We are one. We become one. To protect our rivers and peoples, our tribes and communities, decision-making over development in these watersheds, working together with our First Nation relatives. We are formally petitioning BC. SEITC is formally petitioning BC for a seat at the table on mine developments in the Unic watershed, a river dreamed into existence by our ancestors, a river providing salmon and hooligan and sanctuary for our people, the river of our origin. When the SK Creek project goes into the EIS stage in the Unic River watershed in less than 6 months, our ability to participate will be diminished. We invite you to join us, to consider supporting our legal path through resolution. We welcome you to meet with us to discuss this together. We do not seek to move the border, but to erase it. Let's explore the most efficient ways of when and how to work together to protect our lands, our common values. Let's heal the divisions and act as salmon people do. They reach their destination regardless of human-made borders. They do it together. Before I begin reading the resolution brought forth by SEITC, I ask that Sonia, who is present there at the Peace and Unity Summit, if Sonia could please hand out the resolution for me, please. Goodness, Chish Hawa. The resolution states, a resolution to support the formation of an international secretariat to address declining wild salmon and support the Southeast Alaska tribes' recognition of traditional territories now within Canada. Whereas, the Council supports the following actions to address declining wild salmon populations for our future generations. And whereas clean water and salmon are the basis for all resources critical to Indigenous peoples. And whereas we as Indigenous peoples of the region are related through family, common values, and dedication to our future generations, despite being separated by political borders. And whereas the reasons contributing to the crisis in salmon populations transcends political and international boundaries. And whereas wild salmon know no such boundaries. And whereas, as Indigenous peoples of the land, we have the tools to effectively coexist with salmon as developed over thousands of years. And whereas the Indigenous peoples of Alaska are seeking the right to free, prior, and informed consent within their traditional territories now within Canada, in areas threatened by large-scale mining. And whereas gaining those rights for the Indigenous peoples of Alaska will allow them to be more effective partners in the efforts of First Nations to protect, restore, and rebuild salmon stocks. Therefore, let it be resolved, we are committed to begin the process of forming an Indigenous International Secretariat in order to focus resources, speak on one powerful voice, and apply those tools and work to resolve this crisis. And be it further resolved, we support recognition of the Indigenous peoples of Alaska, the rights to free, prior, and informed consent on actions within their traditional territories that not reside in Canada. We ask for your support. I want to thank everyone for allowing me to speak today, for sharing your precious time, and most of all, for sharing your knowledge of what is truly important to all of us. Goodness Chish, Hawa, thank you.
Thank you, Christy. I'll just say a few words. I've been working with Christy and other of her colleagues with SEITC. I've been working with them for about 5 years now, figuring out ways to partner so that we can protect salmon, as she said, from headwaters to saltwaters, because we can't just protect them in one area and expect them to thrive in others. We have to make sure that we're we're working together to make sure that they're protected in each stage of their life as they travel through our rivers, our headwaters, and out into the sea. And I've met many times with Christy and others, and we continue to meet. We meet annually. We met in Lummi in May, and we had people from all over, Inuvik, Washington, Idaho, Montana, BC, people from Alberta, talking about how we can partner, like we're doing here. We're showing our support to one another, and how we can partner to put pressure on our governments and industry to better protect the salmon for best practices. I always say I'm not against resource extraction. I use those resources every day, but I'm pushing for best practices. And sometimes they just have to accept, no, you can't develop here. No. When is enough enough? We heard stories about being able to live with the land. Somebody corrected me one time. They said, you don't live off the land, you live with it. Because if you don't give back, at some point, the land's going to stop giving to you. I was talking to a good friend of mine, Gujao, about 6 years ago, and I said to him, Gujao, why does the government and industry not understand? We just want a piece of the pie, right? And he looks at me and he says, what do you mean you want a piece of the pie? He said, you own the pie. We own the pie. As the people who live here, he said, you should be cutting that pie up and doling it out. I'll never forget that. One thing we have to remember as peoples who live here, the government and industry have got us fighting over crumbs. We fight over jobs. Who's going to get the money? Who's going to get the money? Meanwhile, they're raping the land, taking all those resources. And we're fighting over crumbs down here. They're making billions, trillions of dollars, and we're fighting over the crumbs over here. We have to get out of that mentality. We have to take back that pie, and we have to start cutting it up. I don't know if you have any final words, Christy.
I just want to be a part of this, Kirby, and everyone who's listening today. I've worked for SEITC for 1.5 years, and the last summit that we put on, SEITC put on a summit in May. I got to meet some of you, and the discussions were so powerful. I've never witnessed anything like that. Thanks to Chief Namox and you too, Kirby, and Gujal was there. I've got to meet the youth. But as you said, we had so many Indigenous there present from all over. It was just an amazing 2.5 days summit. And I want to be part of the fight. I want to be, that passion just grows and grows and grows. Cedar said today, one of the youth that was present at our summit in May, I am so proud, and it gets me emotional. So proud. But thank you very much for having me speak today.
Golden cheese, golden cheese, golden cheese. So thank you again, Christy. Love you.
Love you too. Goodness cheese.
Goodness cheese.
Thank you, everybody.
Take
Thank
care.
you.
Take care.
Oh.
We're going to take a real quick tech break because we have to set up again. So we're going to break for about 2 minutes. Welcome back. We're going to hear a few words from Samoyed Delgamuk. We can get Delgamuk to come up.
Thank you, Kirby. It's the first time I ever thanked him for anything. Kirby's my son. Sure glad to see a good afternoon, and thank you to the youth that are all here. And the land defenders with Sorton. We're always with you guys. Thank you to the organizers for this event. Another successful year. It's awesome to see the response from all over. The Kitsan and Wet'suwet'en and Lahip and Yenta are yours and all your resources. I got a letter from province. The one sentence says, the province understands the Kitsan Simgiket are the rightful title holders and decision makers for their Lahip, and that no other group or entity speaks on their behalf. We've been fighting this for quite a while, but that's the letter from the province. In my case, I'll only speak on my watershed. April 1974, Quinnigeast was transferred over to myself. Suwilawach, Saxeen. My 50th year up there. Development, and I put this in point form so it might be, I don't want to take very long. Development successes in the last 50 years. All our cabins are up to back up as they were 100 years ago. All 5 cabins are all up. 48 miles of roads were put in at our cost to access. We've got 130 miles of trails done. Cabins were for Albert Tate, Willie Tate, Albert Johnson, Earl Muldrow. 1.3 million was spent from our house for development, 50 years. Elmer Derrick set up a meeting with the province. We had a meeting with the ministers up there. 933,000 appraised work on the road alone. All our cabins are protected areas, all our lands are protected areas. We have 0 tolerance for water pollution. We're the only ones that could sign off contracts up there for road building. And we're designing logging plots on our own. They're not allowed to build any roads close to any water. 150 meters on each side of Quinnigeast River is protected. No logging, no mining. And for the smaller creeks, it's 50 meters. All development were signed by Samoyed Delmok in the past. No one else has the signing authority. And when they cross rivers, it has to be crossed at right angles only. You can't go along any waterway at all. Grizzlies are protected up there. Cow, calf, protected. Moose. Cottonwoods are protected. It's been quite a chore with forestry, industry, province. Global warming has been with us for over half a century, and we're just starting to realize it. In my area, 40 creeks are dead. No more water, no more fish. And we're sitting around meeting. I'm only speaking for Kispiox Watershed. And it's quite important that the young people here, David Suzuki, Kirby, Namox, myself went to Allard Bay. To make it short, I was pretty surprised. We had hamburger soup 3 days in a row at a big feast. And I couldn't help but ask why the last day. The hostess said her community share that year was 1 sockeye and 7 pinks. That was her share. And we're invited to another feast in Bella Bella. And the chief that asked me, he said he had 1 sockeye for the year. He asked us to bring some. People have to realize that the situation is really drastic. It's hard for the people from the centers like Vancouver, Edmonton, Prince George to realize that. Mercy killing of black bears started quite a few years ago. The mothers are dead in their dens, and the cubs are out trying to forage. We have grizzlies, black bears, cougars, wolves, foxes, coyotes, hawks, eagles, all inside Kispiox village. We see them at nights, early in the morning, hunting for food. We're seeing them pick up puppies, cats, what else they could get. Wildlife is starving too. But it has been really frustrating being in this position. And I'd like to thank the opportunity to speak here. Our leadership, we have many, many chiefs, but nobody leading them. Court case 26 years ago. We haven't done a thing since. Nothing. There's no more unity. In our position, there's no such thing as crown lands here. We're all on unceded lands. There's no crown lands here. And my question to UBC at one time, Christy Clark another time, what are the status of the reserves after Tillamook-Estewa court case? What are the status of the RCMP on unceded land? What are the status of province on unceded land? University of British Columbia never answered those. Christy Clark never answered them. Nobody answered them. Stuart Russ, Peter Grant, Louise Mandel. They just smiled, asked for those questions. But I guess the message I want to give to the youth is the land is yours. Own it. The doors were open. The final summation of the judge 26 years ago. We have opened the doors for you. Walk through it. Nobody's walked through. But I'm glad to see this kind of gatherings where youth are starting to come up. In my case, with the Nass River, I'm from the Upper Nass. I don't think I've seen 4 or 5 chiefs up there. And my problem too is when I ask for help up there, my own house people asked how much are you going to pay me? All that stuff. They have no pride in ownership of the land. But I think it's starting to come. And I'm really glad to see the young people in here. It's nice to see. And just go for it. Thank you.
You're welcome, Dad. So we're just waiting on one more person before we start our next panel. So maybe let's take a break, and a 15-minute break this time, and then we're gonna power through the rest of the day. We know that there are people here who have to be at the airport by 5:30. So please, we're gonna start in 15 minutes. Thanks.
Okay, good afternoon. Dinise, Tsakose, Skyze. Simgeget, Sigram Hanak, Ganske Wilson. It's my great honor to ask Slado and Dr. Carla Tate to join us for a conversation around reoccupying traditional territories. And if you wouldn't mind, Slater, would you like to start by introducing?
Sure. Denise, Takaise, Skyse, Sai Slato Sydney. My English name is Molly Wickham, and I hold the name Slato in the Cassia House of the Gidimden clan.
Hari Denise, Zakaise, Skyse, Sai Carla Tate Sydney, Gilsehi Habitasise, it's our class work set. Sidenize Unistaten, Nedibis, Sitso, Weli, Sitsits, Tsayu, Wigadam Shkol, Snet, Galtai, Sabeb, Rennie Tate, Zayel Babe, Melvin Joseph, Luxiliu Habitakalzat. So, hello, good to meet you all. My name is Dr. Carla Tate. I am from the Gilsehi clan. I belong to the Dark House and just shared my maternal lineage as well as my father clan, as is our custom. We like to take our relatives wherever we go so that we can be good representatives and I guess live up to their expectations of us. So thank you for having me here.
Tabi Masai. Now we're getting more and more used to hearing about reoccupying, occupation of traditional territories. It's nothing new to us as Indigenous people. This is where we came from. We belong to the land, and this is where we return. And without negativity, in my personal opinion, I can see a disconnect. Oftentimes, this disconnect is being forced on our people. And sadly, this country, Canada, has contributed largely to that. What I also see and what I hear about in stories and in relationships is the tremendous amount of healing that is connected to returning to the land. And I have asked if you would be able to share some of that inspiration with our listeners, with our leadership, with our guests.
So I thought I would start today just by talking about a little bit about how we got to the place that we are right now at Gidimden Checkpoint. As we've heard from a lot of people, and I just want to thank everybody for their stories today and throughout this time. And we've heard a lot of, the trauma and a lot of the hardships that our people have suffered. My family experienced a lot of those same things through residential schools, through the 60 scoop. My mom was taken away and put into a white foster home as a child. And so we grew up largely disconnected to our people, disconnected to our ancestors, disconnected from our territories. And we all know this story. We all know how the fallout of what that looks like. And so I just want to share a little bit about how we got to a place of power, a place of connection. And for me, it started in university when I started coming home. And, our family is very widespread. Our ancestors come from Wilpsboch. married into Wet'suwet'en several generations ago. And so for us, reclaiming and relearning what that meant coming home was a big part of what I was learning in university about colonization and decolonization. And so when I first started coming home again, I started connecting with people who were inspirational to me. And one of those people was Howellsgut, Frida Hewson. And Unistoten is my father clan from the Wet'suwet'en. And so I connected with her and really started spending more time out at Unistoten, out on the Inta, in the pipeline fight, in the struggle to reoccupy territory, in the struggle to protect the territory. And I really started to reconnect with those ancestors and to start feeling those little bits of freedom and what freedom might feel like. And for anybody who's visited the territories, I feel like people come and then, they come for a week sometimes and then they never leave. Some people come for, come to help out, and they feel that power and that inspiration, and they feel the ancestors on the territory, and they feel that connection to Wedzin-Kwa, and then they dedicate their whole lives to the resurgence of, protecting the territory, the resurgence of Indigenous law, of upholding those things. And that's kind of where my story emerged. And so it's been about 10 years now that I've been living on Cassia territory, Sodispan, and my family and I moved out there, and originally we wanted to build a cabin in the path of the pipeline. The clan had asked us to build a cabin at a place on Sodispan where there was a mining company that was coming in to build a tailings pond, make the lake into a tailings pond. So we built out there, and for the past 10 years, I now have 3 children, and my children have all been raised on the Inta. They've all been raised with Wedzin-Kwa on Sodispan. They've been raised in relationship to the land, in relationship to Indigenous law. And then in 2018, when Unistoten received an injunction preventing them from protecting their territory and at the risk of violence and criminalization from the police, Gidimt'en chiefs, along with many other chiefs, had a meeting, and they decided that other clans and other houses were going to stand up in solidarity and protect the Inta. And ever since 2018, when Gidimt'en Checkpoint was established, that's been a huge part of my life. And in 2019, I lifted the name Slido, partly because Timberwolf, the matriarch in Cassia, needed that support for her house and for the territory and for the Inta and the work that needed to be done out there. And so I'm very honored to do that work. Since 2018, we've seen multiple raids almost every year at Gidimt'en and at Unistoten and on the Inta. But we've always been building, and we've been building towards a future for the liberation of all of our people, not only Gidimt'en, not only Wet'suwet'en, but all Indigenous people, because we come from those places of hurt and pain. And we know that living out on the territories and living with the land in that way is critical to our survival. And it's critical to the survival of Mother Earth, of the environment, and it's critical to the survival of our children. And so I see every single day living out on the territories that power that my children have. When I first moved home, I didn't really know anything. And my children have such a deep connection to the land now. And that's all been possible through building and reoccupying territory, through building infrastructure on the territories, In 2018, when Gidimt'en Checkpoint was established and the raid happened, they came in and tore down everything that we had built and took it to dumpsters. And what did we do? We rebuilt. And we came back stronger and we came back harder. And they've continued to try to remove us from the territory. And at Gidimt'en Checkpoint now, there's a cabin, a permanent cabin that belongs to Denise Was. There's tiny houses that have been established and built that are totally solar powered and self-sustaining, that are for our community members and for the Denise and Sakaise to come out and spend time on the Yinta. We've just recently started, about a year and a half ago, started building the first feast hall on the territory in generations, where we've only heard stories from elders of the feast halls that have been on the territory, and that's our governance. And so we've been able to establish a lot of infrastructure on the territories, and I want to share more about why that's important to me and why that's important to all of us. But I just wanted to share a little bit about the background of kind of how we got to where we're at with Gidimt'en Checkpoint. And I'd love to hear from Dr. Carla Tate too about the history of the Unistoten, who have been inspirational to me and to so many others, not only in so-called Canada, but around the world, and that have been really a cornerstone to the reoccupation and the revitalization of our laws and upholding those in the world in this time in our history.
Zaislado. So I'm really honored to sit here and attempt to speak for my dear aunt, Halkat Frida Hewson. I've heard the story many times, so you'll have to forgive me if I get some of the timelines a little off. But my aunt has always been a force of resilience and just strength in our family. She really reminds me a lot of my late grandfather, Wigadam Shkol, and she often credits him with the teaching of, stewarding our land through occupation. You cannot take care of your territories if you are not on your territories and monitoring what's happening there, harvesting from those lands, trapping on those lands. So roughly 12 to 13 years ago, my aunt decided to go out and check our Poplar Lake, our Tagados land territory, and when they were out trapping, they recognized, or I believe it was char fishing actually. That's one of our good spots for char fishing. And she had gone out and noticed there was a lot of industry presence. There was a mining company that had started exploration without consent. And she recognized right away the importance of protecting that precious territory. And so luckily, one of my maternal aunts, one of our chiefs, that dance partner and her son, and Smogalgem, Frida's then partner, had gone out, and they, with Frida, had told the company they needed to evacuate and vacate. Otherwise, Wet'suwet'en law would be upheld, and all of that equipment would become the property of our chiefs. And so the company reluctantly left, and they continued to monitor that Yinta, and then realized that on our Tseweriel territory, rocks flowing, where the current Unistoten camp stands, there was threat of incoming pipelines, Enbridge, PTP. And so they decided at that point it was really important to physically live on the land again. We have so precious little intact Yinta left as a house group and as a nation. She recognized, and our chiefs recognized, how important it would be to establish a community out there, a permanent residence where Frida could live and monitor the activities and continue to assert our sovereignty and turn back would-be surveyors who were trying to do the permitting exploratory work for the projects that none of our hereditary chiefs have consented to, and that holds to this day. So at this time, I was away at school, and I would come back and really be inspired by and have little snippets of opportunities to participate in, annual action camps that I think Molly was a big presence at, Slido. And it was just amazing to see all of the community from around the world, folks sharing skills on nonviolent reoccupation and protecting the environment, many different groups coming together. I think the biggest action camp we hosted about 200 participants, and they were from all over the world. So it was really inspiring to see that community and the working together of members in our nation, and also outside allies and organizations, nonprofits that would come together and help us assert our sovereignty and protect our Yinta, protect the environment, and protect our future, essentially. So it was during one of these action camps that Frida was sharing how transformative it had been for her to walk away from her position with our band at the time. I think she was doing economic development and was, very successful at grant writing and overseeing programs within our nation. But she just found that she wasn't feeling fulfilled, that sense of happiness that she was promised from, succeeding and, having a home and all of the material things that come with this, sometimes I would say colonized life, just weren't what she was looking for in her heart. And she found that when she moved to the Yinta and left that life behind, it felt healing. She felt a certain wholeness in walking the lands that her ancestors walked. She actually said she had physical benefits from that move. Her eyesight that she needed glasses for previously corrected itself. Just overall mood was improved. Her physical health, she was much stronger. They were harvesting from the land and eating a lot of harvested foods primarily. And she was just speaking to all the benefits and how amazing that was with me. And I, at the time, was attending school. I think I was contemplating a master's or a PhD program in clinical psychology because I was working in the city and noticing our people were struggling, and we didn't have any of our own people in mental health to support them in that journey to healing. So when we talked, she and I spoke with my family about this vision of healing our people to heal our land, and helping to heal our people by making a safe space on our Yinta where we could revitalize those cultural and traditional practices that really define us as Wet'suwet'en people. So we had the support of our chiefs, and that was the vision we've been working through and towards since those very early days. I kind of did the slow slogging through school to get the credentials while Frida held down our territory, and she had so much help, I think, from our neighbors occupying their territory. There's a lot of kinship and mutual support that happens out there and has happened from the start. And I know that's been a huge force in supporting Frida in being out there as long as she has been. And our family, of course, supported her. About 3 years ago, I moved out there with my mom and my daughter and started homeschooling my daughter on our Yinta. And it's been a really beautiful thing to see your child, and Molly spoke about this, your child come up with so much a richer knowing of who they are than you ever experienced. You know, I had largely grown up off reserve, and we went home for feasts. So I felt a strong connection to my family and my nation that way, but didn't really get to grow up immersed in our feast culture and like the Wet'suwet'en law and the teachings, and didn't really get to experience our Yinta and our harvest practices to the extent that, you know, community members had and Frida had growing up. You know, she was out on the Yinta all the time with her dad, and I think that's why she was able to do all of the amazing, inspiring work she has done. And a lot of our leaders, you know, we're so grounded in who we are and that connection and that love for our Yinta and our way of life. And I think that holds us up at the most difficult moments. So, you know, Frida really wants that for our people, and I want that for our people too. And so right now, we've had the benefit of like 13 years of building up infrastructure. We have quite a village. I think it's a bit shocking to folks that come out there for the first time. We have, I think, about 6 structures that are for housing, you know, a healing center that has 12 beds, our bunkhouse that has another 11. We have an elder's cabin. Frida has a cabin. We have a groundskeeper cabin. So there's so many spaces that can hold people and keep them comfortable as they get reacquainted with their land. And then a number of other like structures that just have helped us really build a permanent presence out there. This summer we installed a full solar array that takes care of all of our energy needs. So we're not dependent on fossil fuels. And that's been really amazing and feels like an important moment for us. A lot more, you know, energy kind of sovereignty. That's alignment with our values. So yeah, we're just very fortunate. And this particular part of our territory where our village sits is right on Wet'suwet'en. You know, our beautiful, pristine water that's potable and feeds all of our salmon-bearing rivers downstream for our nation and neighboring nations. So we're so aware of the importance of that space and the importance of, you know, sharing the opportunity to heal and know the land in that way that our ancestors did, right? Where they could drink fresh water from the land and they can harvest their food and they can feel that sense of autonomy and pride in who they are and can lean into the land and it will support them. So I think that's something that's missing in many of our members' experience living on reserve. And so that's our vision, is to help reconnect people firmly on their territory with who they are and help celebrate the land and what she does for us, and then in turn recognize what we need to do for her.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I feel lucky that my workplace allows me to spend as much time on the land as possible. I feel fortunate that through my relationships, I am welcome to many different territories. And a lot of the people that are in the room today have had the opportunity and extended invitation to have spent some time on both of the territories recently. And in conversation, I had mentioned that every time I get to spend time, it feels like coming home to me. And I feel that is a connection that comes and is connected to the land. I feel that our language is so closely tied to the land. Our languages are are so important, and I see the same revitalization that walks alongside hand in hand with reoccupation of land. And I noticed that a lot of our languages are very descriptive, which is so different from the English language. And I'm happy to always be able to and be open to learn new words and sentences, and oftentimes humor is connected to that. And I was wondering if you could, if there's something that you could share that maybe helped you find motivation when times get tough, that it keeps giving you strength in doing this important work.
Yeah, one of the reasons, one of the questions that I often ask about, living on the territory, and I used to describe it as like, I used to tell people, they'd say, what is it like to live out on the Inta? And I'd be like, oh, it's just beautiful. It's so peaceful. Like, we can do what we want. We can be who we are. Nobody's there telling us we can't, do this or that. We are learning constantly about our relationship with like the water, the animals, like everything that's alive in the world. I come out to go to the city or come to the towns, and I'm like, this actually isn't the real world. Like, it feels fake when people are just walking around, the cities and doing their thing. And I'm like, no, the real world is when you go out and get your own food. The real world is seeing the life and the death cycles of the natural world. And so I always, whenever I explain it to people, it feels like such a utopia. And I'm like, oh, it sounds like a utopia, but actually it is. And so when things get tough, I always ask myself, like, why did our ancestors live like this? Why did our ancestors live the way that they did on their territories? We could have had all of the technologies, we could have had all of the comforts and luxuries that we currently do, but we didn't. We had the knowledge. Our ancestors are extremely intelligent. I read this great book in university, 1491, that talked about all of the technologies that Indigenous peoples had, but we didn't choose to live like this. We didn't choose to live in a colonized world because of Anachnuaten, because of Indigenous law, because of the way that we lived with our relations on the territories. We could have had all those things, but we knew that in order to have them, we would have to break our own laws. We would have to live in excess. In a capitalistic world, what we're seeing right now within capitalism and colonization and globalization. And we knew that that was wrong. Our ancestors made a lot of mistakes over the thousands and thousands of years and then corrected them. And that's how we got our body of laws that all Indigenous people have. And we didn't do those things because we knew that it was wrong. And so when we come back to the land, when we start living with the land again, when we start reoccupying the territory, we feel what liberation feels like. We feel that we are in alignment with natural law, Indigenous law. And so I have been lucky enough to spend, for my work, to be able to spend hours and hours, thousands of hours learning about Indigenous law, learning about why we lived the way that we lived. And so to be able to uphold that in a way, to be able to know that that's what you have to protect. I mean, Shay was sharing a story earlier about, being at Coyote Camp and when the road was shut down for those 5 days, the feeling of what that was like. And in 2018, and then again in 2020, when those blockades were happening and there was no industry, there was nobody in our territories except for people that were invited by us, by the Unistoten, who who put, the protocols in place. Anybody entering into their territory had to be an invited guest and had to go through a series of questions. And those were the only people on the territory. There was no industry, there was no police, there was no, DFO or any of these government bodies who are allegedly supposed to be taking care of the territory, that have no idea how to do that because they don't know Indigenous law. To be in those spaces where the animals started coming back, as soon as, the only people that were there were the people that were there to protect them. Those feelings of liberation are what I want for all of our people. And I see the reoccupation of territory, the building of infrastructure on our territory so that we can survive and so that we can live. We had all of that. That's what we need for liberation. The reserve system, burning down Indigenous cabins on the territory, the removal of feast halls from the territory, the removal of our people, the removal of our children. All of those things were designed to keep us weak so that we could not stand up and protect the territories anymore, so that we could not be who we are. And so the reoccupation of territory and building that infrastructure so that we can be out there, so that we can do the healing work, so that we can teach our children the things that they need to know, so that they can be who they are without any interference. That's the goal. It's not just about this one pipeline. It never was just about this one pipeline. This is about being able to have what we need to grow our strength so that we can just be who we are and we can have everything that we need to do that, because we need the water, we need the animals, we need the plants. Yinta means everything, all of it. It's not just land, it's not just the animals, it's not just the air. It's the living relationship of everything, including us. And so we're able to do that now. We're able to have those little pockets of liberation, and we're setting ourselves up for complete success in liberation of our people and our lands.
And as far as I'm concerned, there's still no DFO out there.
Oh, and on a side note, I pity the fool whoever tries to mess with our daughters when they get older.
I don't know how I can add much more to that apart from just acknowledging, like, when moments get hard, and it is hard. Sometimes it's really hard out there. It's very isolating, thankless kind of work at times. So I think to the moment when I first started bringing my daughter out when she was like a little baby, still those full chubby Wet'suwet'en cheeks in all their glory. And, we'd take her for hikes, and we were hiking through a part of our Yinta that had all these little depressions in the land. So it was the remnants of pit houses. I'm going to say it wrong. Ginbea? Sometimes I mix it up with Sanbea, which is not the one I want to say. One is like earth home and one is outhouse. So, and that's the nice way of saying it. So my daughter, she was noticing as I was packing her through this trail, and she just, she's pretty quiet, observing everything. She was probably less than one, because she was still doing that baby babbling every now and again. But she was quiet on this walk, and when we got to those parts of the land where there were depressions and there was family homes, she would just start going. She was talking. She was babbling away to the ancestors there. And I think it's those kind of full circle moments, where... And I'm a crier, so don't ask me why I got into therapy, because, I really absorb all the emotion of the people I work with. But yeah, my daughter, she inspires me every day because, you know, I want for each of our children to have that, where they get to witness and see and feel their ancestors on their own Yinta. I think that's just so beautiful, and you know, she's had many of those moments. We did ceremony with her when she was really young. We had, you know, traditional law that helps guide us and make sure that our children stay grounded and they know where they're from and what land they belong to. And so we did ceremony with her when she was really young on our Tsewediel territory. And I witnessed that as she's growing constantly, you know, like there's this wisdom in her that she could only get from the ancestors, because it's wisdom that I don't hold. She'll share stories or teachings that I didn't tell her. So, you know, as Indigenous people, we have this rich reservoir of teachings that's embedded in our land, and I think it's so critical for all of our children to get access to that. And to like shift it to the work, the community work we do. You know, we run programming, we run healing programming, and all of the programming I think that brings youth onto the land is healing. Like that's something that's, I think, immediately sometimes humbling, I think, with the 13 years I had to go to school, to come home and realize how much more powerful the land and the teachings and asserting our practices on the land is for someone's like mental health and wellness, compared with, you know, probably hours of therapy. But we've had a youth camp where, you know, young Wet'suwet'en come out and they learn art. They learn how to process salmon. They learn how to hunt and prepare their food. And to just see the light in their eyes as they recognize like how much power that they have, that they didn't really, I think, realize they had before those moments. It's just such a beautiful thing to witness, and something that I want to constantly be a part of enabling and holding up. And I think that's why it's a sacred responsibility to steward our lands and to bring people to our lands and to, you know, monitor access. You know, that is a sacred relationship, and we need to protect that, and we all deserve that. So those are the things that I lean into when I'm looking for inspiration.
Thank you so much. And we need to see lots more of it. And I really hope that people that have the opportunity to listen to what you have to say get inspired by this, get involved. As far as I'm concerned, I'm well aware of my relationship, and I will continue to be right behind you until the day I die. It's something to be very proud of, and as I mentioned earlier, arriving there feels like coming home, and that's thanks to you and thanks to the land. So.
I have a few more things to say. So one of the things that I just wanted to touch on is about, you know, some of the things that I was sharing about our liberation, about this whole movement of reoccupying land. And I feel really inspired because I was, you know, when I first started out, I was inspired by Unistoten. I think, as I mentioned, everybody was, probably everybody in this room. And since then, I've seen so much, this exponential growth of reoccupation of territory. Gidimt'en has reoccupied territory, Laksamasu has reoccupied territory. It's just spreading like wildfire. You know, there's so many houses and so many whelps that are reoccupying their territory because they know that that's how you get strong, that's what makes us strong. When we're eating those foods, when we're ingesting, when it's really a part of us, like in the Delgamuukw Stay Away court case, there's that quote that we are the land and the land is us. Well, that is true, and that's what made the Gitxsan Wet'suwet'en so yeah, Gala's like, yeah. And that's, you know, going over all of those testimonies and reading all of that and witnessing that in real life on the territories has been so empowering. And I think that so many people, everybody who tries it, it's just addicting, because after you reoccupy territory, after you live with your land, after you see the benefits of that and the power that it gives you, you can't go back. You can't go back to not having that, and you just want more and you want more and you want more and you want more for everybody else. And I just want to share, you know, like, we've heard a lot about all the atrocities that have happened to us. You know, we saw the presentation about Kurg and about David Petraeus and about all of these things. And, you know, we've shared stories about the traumas and the horrific violence that we've experienced. And I was talking to Cedar about this the other day, you know, and I'm always like telling people all these horrible things. Like, they're like, what's happening on the internet? I'm like, oh, it's so awful. Like, oh, but you should come. You should definitely come. Because it's also so amazing. And I just want to say that we are winning. Like, we are winning. The amount of infrastructure, the amount of knowledge that is being gained. Yagala was sharing the other day how the elders in the Delgamuukw Stay Away court case sat around and they said, this person is the knowledge holder. This person has been out on this territory. They know this place. That's what we're creating out there. We're creating those roles for those people that are going to be the knowledge holders. They're the ones that are going to know the territories inside and out like the back of their hand. So when it comes time to fight for them, it's not going to be a question in their minds if they should or shouldn't, if the risks are worth it. They will know the risks that they have to take, just like we know the risks that we have to take. And we don't ever question it. It's not a choice, because you're living with the land and you have the capacity and the infrastructure to be able to do that. All of those things are so important to reoccupying and building so that we can run programs like Ian Ahli, like the protectors of the land that we have out there now, the youth going out on the territories and opening up our old trails and, you know, protecting our territories, monitoring everything that's going on so that they can run the healing camps to reconnect those people. That's what that's given us. And it is amazing. Like, even when I go out to Unistoten to the healing center, I'm like, it's like a big village. And that's what we want. That's what we have to do. So, you know, all of this has been a huge struggle. It's been very hard on us personally, on our health, on our spirits, on us mentally. But we are winning. The movement that has begun, the movement that has spread like wildfire to all Indigenous people, to all allies and supporters everywhere around the world, has been a huge success. So I want to thank a few people. There are so many people to thank, but I want to thank David Petraeus. Is that how you say it? I want to thank CSIS, who's no doubt watching right now what we're doing. I want to thank the people at KKR and at Coastal GasLink. I want to thank the Kurg, because you are making us stronger. You are making us more strategic, and you are making us more successful. Awitsa. That's it.
Yeah, I think it makes all of us stronger, and it makes our relationship stronger, and it forms unity. This is not new to us as Gigsan and Wet'suwet'en. We know unity. Sometimes we just have to find our way back a little bit, but as so often, our future is in the past. Thank you. Asai.
Thank you, Slato and Paula. As we come to the end of our time together, I just want to say a special thank you to some people we haven't had the chance to thank yet. Is Tracy in the room? I'd just like you to stand up and wave. Tracy has been amazing. She's been here for us very much. Sydney in the room? Sydney, she's at the back. Thank you so much for all you do. Patience Muldo, she couldn't be here today. She's off working in Haida Gwaii, lucky. You know, that's what I told her. She said, "Oh my God, I can't make it." And I'm like, "Go. You get to go to Haida Gwaii, go." And the Skino Watershed rafting crew, Simon. He's right there. Yeah, wave, Simon. Come on, wave. Yeah. And others who couldn't be here: Travis, Kaylee, Shania, Harper, Ron, Aiden, Nova, Nika, Henri. Is Honor here? Where's Honor? She was here. Oh, we got her at a bad time. But Honor was here earlier today, and she's been amazing. I was asked earlier, you know, do you guys encourage youth to be involved? And I said, absolutely. And I began to explain that this list, 2/3 of it is youth. And they can't be here today because they're out on the land. They're out working. They're doing the hard work. And so I want to give a shout out to the youth, to those who are going to hold our existence, our future, their future in their hands. Just before I ask Denise Was to come up and say a few words in closing, I'd just like to thank you all for being here, respecting and honoring our invitation, everybody online. Thank you very much. I've heard we've had a lot of amazing and positive comments. Thank you all. Again, I'd just like to remind you that next year we're going to be in Tsimshian territory. We're going to be in Prince Rupert, and we're really looking forward to that. And every year we want to make this bigger and better. And I appreciate all the support that we've got from different organizations. And so, having said that, I'm going to leave it to Denise Was for the final words.
Just before we close, I just want to acknowledge Dolores for lending me her drum earlier. So we'd like to just gift you with a small token of our appreciation for letting us use your drum for our song that we shared earlier. Nasai.
Help. Denise, Zakaze. Out. Yenen. Yeretik kaitat. Out was touching. Dani abanikle. Dani. Kak. Chilke. Blahni takaniya. Nuneko nautlen kai. Kani skak. So skaka witsen. Chilke Henley. Tiyan ay kainitil. Uri defti anu no kanak hailchot. Anu no tats engine. Anu tsana titsi. Neno ho delkat. Sleido kwa neso delkat. Kwa tsana tirenis. Neso delkat. He batesni. Hotsana no hi atenen sen. Anu tsana wa. Habeo kananis naltsak ti yan bakas nissil. Sa bakat tsaten ano. Tsaka tsata. Tjas taltsak. Talok tsalla. Tsawa. Talok natil. Tsawa hane natlas. Tsawa ta. Patatas insan. Ay. Kyo tani ka oya hetel. At nasudizal hostas neudetlil no nako nautlen. Kani ka ni no hozil tsay biyo. No tedesnil. Yan makaneuhti sabinuh jetjen. Wanuh jetjen. No yana ansen. No peonsen. No tsayni de yan ay kansatil. Ene no petla outin la. Kai lek no hanis len dani kai halle. No zohni nindil kai lek no hamzahon da. Kana no hanis len. No tsayni de nazdil. Jas ni kai chin. Kani belah ni olek hon da. Sawe honest da. Si takanek jia. Siet tas nesli. Out deskil. Sawe ti yan bakani destil. Kanis kakabalera destil. Habudi deksler. Out aywe. Nuhi atenan san anu teniyo. Teniyo naba desli. Tilke teni neretli. Lan anyway naba desli. Ti yan ay katnat kitli tiyo. Habudi deksler. Out ay bakas here. Honest Kirby, Jesse, Gayleen, Takanitio ni au ni ata ni no pe honest idea at then ducky shot. Kai out there this. Chacho hanek no eres as. Zana wa hietsek zana wa chicha hanek ayo kai hanek bi zana wa ticha ka ay bi no sidex. On behalf of the children, get them down. One of my brothers are not here. He recently moved on. Madik. His given name was Jeff Brown Sr. he was really active. And he was starting along with Slado before I came around. He was holding up my house, Cassia, before I took over. I just want to mention him because he was integral in guiding the young people as well. So for the past 3 days, I've been watching, I've been observing the young people from far and near. All sorts of cultures, all sorts of walks of life. Some of you are professionals, some of you are scholars. And even on social media, I checked it out. Quite impressive. All over the world. You know, the messaging, I always come up here, I always think about the messaging of what needs to go out. And the messaging is quite clear from the young people that they are coming back onto the land. And it's without no reservation, pardon the pun, that they are. They are coming back. They are coming back strong. And I said in our language that Slado always consults with me, always asks me, what's going to, how can I do this? What can I do this? And it's without the guidance of me and without me having my feedback, Slado walks away and does what she needs to do. And that's the way it is. The young people always ask for guidance, and it is our responsibility to be there and provide that guidance. You know, my father once told me, and my uncle reinforced that in me. He told me, with all the teachings now, all that you gained, your life experience, your teachings from us and your uncles, it's not yours. It's for the young people. It's for the future generations. It's for them. And if you ever try to walk away and if you ever try to keep it within yourself, you're going to get sick yourself. And to this day, I hold that in high honor, because if I'm not available, if I'm not active, I can feel it. I can feel the restlessness. I can feel what's inside of me has to come out. And that's the knowledge, the experience. So for the past 3 days, I've been watching and I've been listening to the experiences and in the various areas of the globe, and all the help and all the support that has been shown rather. I'm quite pleased with that. You know, some of the elders that are sitting here, they would have had time to go somewhere else. There's some of our brothers and sisters are down in Vancouver in the elders gathering. You know, they would have been here. But their time is down there, and our time is here. We chose to be here. So the messaging, again, we're back. The young people are back. We're not going to go away. No matter where the people think that they're going to do something, there are laws out there called one particular law, Delgamo Castewe. It is strong. It is thousands and thousands of years of information that is ready to come out. The floodgate has opened. And again, I stress this to the scholars out there, the lawyers in particular, high-paying lawyers. You made a promise when you signed to be a lawyer. You made a promise to protect people's rights. You made a promise to protect the justice for everyone. You made that promise. Bring out that law. Interpret it for the young people. Interpret it for everyone, the industry. Interpret it. And then you'll find the rule of law. And for those that are out there, the biologists, the chemists, the physicists, you've made that study, you've made that commitment for your credentials. Make it happen. Your expertise is biology, your expertise is geology, your expertise is physics. Make it happen. Get all your scientific facts together. Just like Dr. Suzuki said, he put it really eloquently. I'm like him, I got no ties, I don't have anybody to kiss ass with. That's why I'm talking like this. I like what he said. So thank you for all the great speakers. And you're always welcome here in Gidimt'en territory. And for those that are traveling home, safe travels to you. And for your families back at home, good thoughts for them. Good thoughts for your relatives. We're always here, we will always be here. And if you hear us from the news again, that means we're doing good. As simple as that. I would say thank you for everyone to be here. Thank you. So Kirby put me to work again to say the closing prayer. And I'll do it in our language because our language is, again, our ancestors speaking to us. Basically, we'll say that for those that are traveling, travel safe, be safe. And for those that you have relatives at home, for your relatives to have a good life, good way of life, good thoughts for them as well. And also for your water, for where you're at, your environment, good thoughts to those areas, from one ancestor to the next, globally. Udakay, tani na kaya ni so cho bagondli. Ti yan ay kanat ti taiwi so cho abe bagondli. Ti abakana kaiwi so cho atasuset. It's a beokaaninsan. Kanis kak nasudizat ni anyway. It's tas sarelis wani din tani atni. Anyway so cho ti tas kai tha chana nazza ti ayis cheese ni tiyo so cho bagondli. Nu pe bagondli tiyo. Nasudizat kak wa aretsis wani tani ka ensan. Waka so lawe destes ti hanek so tizo ni ay za hai detsis hostas neu detsis honzu neu detsis ti yang kak ka bakatsu watay. All my relations, safe travels everyone.